Welcome to the Life with Joey Calvo Podcast, special edition. I'm Joey Calvo, and today we have Jim Marshall. And today we're going to talk about Septemics. Jim is going to literally be your host for the next 6 hours. Okay? Yes, I did say 6 hours. This is going to be the longest podcast we've ever done. So get ready to take notes. And then, like I said, listen very carefully as Jim explains all 35 levels that we're going to go through. Like I said, I will be around. You just won't see me. So like I said, I'm going to turn this over to Jim in a minute. Please continue to help out the victims of the Texas floods and the California wildfires. These people have got a lot of rebuilding they're doing. So really go to a reputable charity that works with them directly. So that way you can do your part to help them out. All right. On this part now, I am going to introduce our co-host for the next 6 hours. There we go. And I'm going to step back. And Jim, it's all yours. By the way, welcome to the podcast as well.
Thanks, Joey.
Right. All right. And so now everything goes to Jim.
Okay. Hello, folks. I'm Jim Marshall. I'm the developer of Septemics and the author of the book Septemics, Hierarchies of Human Phenomena. In today's webinar, I'm going to give you a cursory introduction to the contents of the book. Now, Septemics is a philosophical science based on the fact that many phenomena related to humans occur in a sequence of 7 levels. Septemics comprises a collection of scales or sequences, each of which delineates or analyzes some human phenomena into 7 levels. There are 35 such scales, each of which is unique. And I'm going to discuss all 35 scales with you today, so you have a little bit of an introduction to all of them. Now, since Septemics is a new subject, there are inevitably going to be questions. And I'm going to tell you right now where you can get answers to the questions. 1, the website, Septemics.com, has a ton of data and will answer most of your questions. 2, there are about 1,000 videos of me floating around on the internet discussing Septemics, none of which are going to be like today's presentation. Today I'm doing something very different. So if you go to any one of those other 1,000 presentations, you'll probably get a lot of questions answered if you have them. And 3, the book itself is available hardbound, softbound, and ebook, and will answer your questions too. So there will be questions, make notes, and I hope you get your questions answered. You can contact me through Septemics.com if you want to address me later through an email. So what you are seeing, wait a minute, go back. What you are seeing is the Septemics logo. Now, this logo is not random. It tells you quite a bit about Septemics. Notice, it is a 7-pointed star. The word Septemics means of or pertaining to 7. Each of the rays of the star points in a different direction and is a different color. But between them, they make a spectrum. So you get the full array of whatever phenomena we're looking into. So I also should mention that the subtitle of the book is Analysis, Prediction, and Management of Human Affairs. So this material will help you to analyze human phenomena. Consequently, you'll be able to predict it. And as a result of being able to predict it, you'll be able to manage it. And these are things that almost nobody can do. So let's go to the next slide. Okay, so we're going to talk about individual scales. Of the 35 scales, 24 of them I call individual scales, meaning they are about an individual, how an individual manifests in these areas. So go ahead to the first individual scale. Okay, this is the scale of basic purposes. What could possibly be more important to know about a person than one's basic purpose? It's what the person is trying to do all the time. Every human has one of these 7 basic purposes. And this purpose should be thought of as an objective. In other words, what is this person trying to do? Now notice there it says type, linear, quantum, general. All of these scales are either linear or spiral, quantum or gradual, and general or specific. And I'll tell you what I mean by those. Linear means, like this scale, it just goes in a straight line as you would expect it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. A spiral scale, there is an apparent congruence between level 1 and 7, which can wreak havoc if you make that mistake, because you would be mistaking the highest level for the lowest level or vice versa. As far as quantum, this is a quantum scale, meaning there is nothing in between the levels. It's like intergalactic space. You're either at level 1 or you're at level 2. Now, the alternative is a gradual scale. Most of the scales are gradual, meaning there is an infinitude of gradations between. So you go gradually from level to level. So one can be at 2.1, 2.3, 2.4, 2.5, et cetera, et cetera. And very often you find a person is sort of between 2 levels. And as far as general and specific, this is a general scale. On a general scale, once you find your level, which is what this is all about, you're done with that scale. Although you can try to move up to the next level above it, which is certainly doable. Now, a specific scale necessarily, for it to make any sense, has to have context. So when it comes up, we'll see it. Now also note it says the scale aligns with the scale of life spheres. This is one of several scales in which there is an individual scale which aligns with a group scale, which you find later in the book. So I'm just going to go through these levels, starting at level 7. Level 7 is the subversive. His purpose is to destroy. Now, many people would say, well, why would somebody have that for a purpose? Well, we don't have to answer that question, but the good news is there aren't too many of those. Up from that is the criminal. The criminal we know all about. The criminal's objective is pleasure. He is going to commit crimes so he can attain pleasure. In other words, you have a drug dealer, right? So he makes this big deal, he gets $1 million, and he uses that $1 million for drugs, alcohol, sex, custom-made suits, yachts, vacations, okay? That person is motivated by pleasure. Up from that, level 5 is the loser. A loser is not someone who's doing badly, because you can be doing badly at any one of these levels. A loser is someone who is sabotaging himself. This makes no sense to most people, but nevertheless, there are many people who are like this. This is the type of person who kills himself with drugs, with alcohol, with bad relationships, or by jumping off a bridge. Because his purpose is to suffer. Up from that is the normal. This is the largest demographic group. It's about 30% of the population. And the purpose of the normal is conformity. Now, you might say, well, conformity is not a good thing. But think of it this way. The normal wants to fit in. If everybody drives an SUV, he wants an SUV. If everybody grows a mustache, he grows a mustache. If everybody shaves off their mustache, he shaves off the mustache. He wants to fit in. Up from that is the winner. The winner is somebody who is feathering his nest. He wants wealth. Now, wealth does not just mean money. It depends on the context. To a baseball player, it means having a World Series ring. To an actor, it means having an Oscar or an Emmy. So Wealth is whatever the person construes wealth to mean, although it nearly always involves money. This person wants to win. He doesn't want to conform. He wants to win. Up from that is the leader. The leader wants to conquer. Now you might say, oh, that's not a nice thing. Well, that's a question of whose ox is being gored. Because when the Union defeated the Confederacy, for almost everyone, that was a good thing. It certainly was a good thing for the Union, and it certainly was a good thing for all the blacks who were freed. So the people who really lost were the couple of dozen of major plantation owners who were the people who were keeping slavery going. So for most people, it was a good thing, and most people around the world celebrated the Union victory. Same thing with World War II. When the Axis powers were defeated, that was a good conquest. Even for Japan and Italy and Germany, they did much better after we got crazy people out of their governments. So the top level is the saint. The saint's purpose is transcendence. He's not interested in the things that most people are interested in. He doesn't want wealth. He doesn't want sex. He doesn't want notoriety. He wants to transcend. Now, how he parses that depends on his belief system. If you talk to a Christian who's a saint, he'll say he wants to go to heaven. If you talk to a Buddhist, he'll say he wants to attain nirvana. So there are people of all faiths who are saints. There are even people who have no faith who are saints, but they still want to transcend. So that's the 7 levels here. Now notice at the right, it says superhuman, subhuman, and human. So leaders and saints are superhumans. They have abilities that most of us do not have and will never have. Subhumans are criminals and subversives. These are people that most of us are aghast at. They do horrible things. They're murderers and rapists and drug dealers and terrorists. And the rest of us in the middle are humans. That is the largest group of these 3 categories. And so you have the normals, which is the largest of the 7 demographics, and those above are the winner and those below are the loser. They're all humans. And that's most of what we see in society. Now, what are we measuring on this scale? At the top, we're measuring courage, wisdom, and ethics. At the bottom, it's fear, stupidity, and criminality. So a person at level 7 manifests fear, stupidity, and criminality. And a person at level 1 manifests courage, wisdom, and ethics. And in between, it is a gradation. Also notice at level 4, there's a dividing line that shows up in many scales, which is between social and antisocial. Now, in many places, it's articulated as sane or insane, but in this scale, I thought it made more sense to say social and antisocial. So normals, the people at level 4, are not particularly social or antisocial. They just don't want to rock the boat. They don't really want to help anybody, and they don't really want to hurt anybody. The normal is the regular guy. He owns a house, he has a mortgage, he has a car payment, he has a wife, he has 2 kids, he has a job, he takes a vacation for 2 weeks. It's a normal person. So he's not really particularly social or antisocial. As you go up from 4, a person becomes more social as you go up, and it becomes more antisocial as you go down. So at level 7, we find Adolf Hitler, whose purpose was destruction. And when you understand that, it's much easier to understand what he did, especially in World War II. At level 1, we have Jesus of Nazareth, who was all about courage, wisdom, and ethics. So that's what this scale is about, and I'm ready to go to the next scale. Thanks. Okay, the scale of personal influence. Now, let me tell you what I mean by personal influence. If I were to hit you over the head with a club, I would be influencing you, but that's not personal influence. That's violence. Personal influence is the influence you get from a person. If you associate with someone, they have some influence on you, and there are 7 levels of this. And people are known for certain levels. For example, JFK was known to be a charismatic person. if you've ever watched him, listened to him, paid attention to him, he was just dripping with charisma. And charisma is a leadership characteristic, so people loved him. But we'll go through all of them. Now, this is a linear scale, meaning it just goes 1 through 7. It's not spiral. It's quantum, meaning there's nothing in between. Either you're at level 2 or you're at level 3, period. There's no gradation in between there. And it's a general scale, meaning it's not something that depends on a context. A person is either at that level or he's not. It's not contextual. Now, something that was in the previous scale that I skipped over because I don't want to spend too much time on one scale is, notice it says direction, plus, minus, plus, minus, plus, minus. You can go back. What that means, it doesn't mean good or bad or add or subtract. It means outflow or inflow. Or in a human context, it might make more sense to say reach and withdraw. So a person at level 2 is inflowing. Charisma is an inflow. It's like they vacuum you into their sphere. As opposed to level 3 reason, that's an outflow. The person outflows logic to you. Now, this is very significant because you see there is a change of polarity between these two. It's a completely different feeling. So you could look at a person and say, well, is this person inflowing or outflowing? And usually it's fairly obvious. You know, you have sort of a shy, retiring guy, doesn't say too much, doesn't assert himself, he's inflowing. Or you might say he's withdrawn, he's withdrawing. So that tells you he either has to be at 2, 4, or 6. Now, what are we measuring in this scale? We're measuring cause to effect. Above level 1 is cause, and the reason it's above 1 is no one is totally at cause, and effect is below 7 because no one is totally at effect. Even a catatonic schizophrenic, it can be a tiny bit at cause because he's alive. So let's go through these. The lowest level is martyrdom. This is what Jesus used. 2,000 years later, 2 billion people are following him. Okay? He was the personification of humility. That is an outflow. Humility is not a withdrawal, it's a reach. Gandhi did something very similar in India. Up from that is victimization. Now, there's a lot more of this going on in our society today than there was before. This is the person who makes himself a victim. He influences you by being a victim. He says, oh, you're bad. You did something terrible to me. So it's basically running a guilt trip on you. It's controlling you by making you guilty. Now, this is an inflow because he is pulling bad things into himself. In other words, it's like a self-destructive level. Up from that is domination. Well, we know all about this. Domination is about overwhelm. This is what you get in bullies or a lot of criminals. They dominate. That's the way Hitler was. Look at him. He was dominating. This is how he influenced people. Now, he was beloved by not only the Nazis, but a lot of people in Germany, especially prior to 1939. He overwhelmed them with his domination. Look at his speeches, you can see it. That is a reach, meaning an outflow. Up from that, we have aloofness. Now, there are more women at this level than men because women have been known for millennia to be aloof. So, you know, you see the pretty lady and she drops her handkerchief and the gentleman comes over and picks it up and gives it to her. That's a type of aloofness. Aloof is restraint. If you see somebody like this, it's fairly obvious. This person's restraining themselves. Now, this is a big thing, especially with beautiful women, because they are used to men trying to come on to them. And so they don't want to deal with it, so they're just aloof. And that's how they influence you. It is a withdrawal. Above that is reason. This is what you get from a lawyer, logic. The lawyer goes into the court and he uses reason. He makes argumentation. Doesn't matter what side he's on. A good lawyer can argue either side of the case. Either way, he's using reason and logic. He tries to connect with the reason of the judge and or the jury. It's an outflow. Above that is charisma. Elvis Presley, JFK were charismatic, okay? People flocked to them. It was like a magnetic power that they had over people. So they were leaders without really doing much else. And at the top, you have telepathy, which is will. You can, if you have a control of the telepathy, you can will things. You can just say, this guy is going to give me this job, meaning in your mind, you're not saying it, right? And he does. You telepathically influenced him. So that's what the scale is about. Next. Okay, the scale of choice. This is more important than it would seem at first blush. The greatest theme in human history is freedom. That's what wars are about. That's what political campaigns are about. People want to be free. Well, what is freedom? Freedom is the ability to choose. If you can choose, you're free. If you can't choose, you're not free. So if you have $1 billion and you feel like it, you can fly to France for the weekend. You have that choice. Most people do not have that choice because they don't have that much money. They might be able to drive to a nearby resort, see, but they can't just fly over to France, whatever they want. So people who have a lot of power and a lot of money can choose what they want. And people who do not cannot. So there are, of course, 7 levels of this. Now notice, again, it's inflow, outflow, inflow, outflow, inflow, outflow. So this also is a spiral scale. Now what that means is there is an apparent congruence between levels 1 and 7. Level 7 says no choice, and level 1 also says no choice. But at level 1, it's no choice is necessary. And at level 7, it's no choice is possible. These are extreme opposites. So if you look at a person and see that he makes no choice, he does not care, you could make the mistake of thinking he's at 7 when he's at 1 or vice versa. But if you look at their behavior, it's completely different. A person at level 1 is about transcendence. He doesn't have to make a choice because he's transcendent. He doesn't care who gets elected. He is above it all. A person at level 7, he is not capable of making a choice. He's oblivious. So let's say there's an election going on. That person's at level 7. You say to him, whom are you voting for in the election? He says, what election? See, he's oblivious. He doesn't even know there's an election. He can't possibly make a choice. So, and if you say to someone at level 1, whom are you voting for? He says, oh, I don't know if I'm even going to vote. It doesn't really matter to me. You know, this guy, the transcendent person, he knows he's a spiritual being. He knows if you kill his body, it doesn't matter. He's going to go to heaven or attain nirvana or whatever it is. So this is like the Christians singing in the Colosseum while the Romans are sending in the lions, okay? That happened because they understood they were spiritual. Life wasn't so great in those days. There was a lot of pain and suffering. And so death was, in many cases, welcomed by people. So they were transcendent, see? They didn't have to make a choice. So notice that the axis on the right, the dotted line, goes from at the top, complete freedom and responsibility, which is what transcendence is, and at the bottom, no freedom or responsibility. Now, again, notice that those 2 extreme traits are above and below. No human can get to complete freedom and responsibility. He can get maybe 99.9%. Same thing at the bottom. Nobody has no freedom or responsibility. Once you get to that, you're dead. So you're not a human anymore. And this is about human phenomena. Now, another unusual trait about this is it alternates between viewpoints. this is really about viewpoints. So, for example, a person at level 7, he has one viewpoint. And the level that his viewpoint is no choice is possible. That's it. That's one viewpoint. Now, at level 7, you go up and you get to group's choice. This is what you get into a collective state. When your communists talk about the people, okay? Many viewpoints. That's a state of many viewpoints. Your own choice is insignificant because there are many viewpoints. And then when you get up to 5, another's choice, this is like being a robot. There's one viewpoint, and it's the viewpoint of the person who runs you. So if you have a guy who has a domineering wife, he comes home from work and she says to him, change your shirt, we're going to play cards with the Smiths. He says, yes, dear, and he changes his shirt. He is a robot. Could go both ways. He could be the domineering one too. Either way, it's somebody else's choice. You see this often in couples. Now, in the military, it's another person's choice. You don't have a choice. If the platoon commander says attention, you stand at attention. And if you don't, you're in big trouble. One viewpoint, your commanding officer's viewpoint, that's it. Doesn't matter what the 30 guys in the platoon think, there's one viewpoint. Up from that is any choice but one's own. This is what we call trendy people. These people will not make a choice. They will go with the crowd. So you have 6 people, they go to a Chinese restaurant, right? The first guy orders Mogu Gai Pan. The second guy orders Mogu Gai Pan. The third guy orders Mogu Gai Pan. Now, when you get to the 4th guy, he's at this level. He's going to order Mogu Gai Pan. You know why? He's not going to make a choice. Maybe he doesn't even like it. Maybe he wants chow mein, but it doesn't matter. So, many viewpoints. So this is a person who's trendy. You know, everybody grows sideburns. He grows sideburns because that's the many viewpoints. His viewpoint, it doesn't matter. So he does not really make a choice. So he'll make a choice from one of the other people, but he will never make his own choice. At level 3, we have one's own choice. This is a person who people at lower levels would call selfish. This is the guy, you know, everybody else orders chocolate. He says, no, I don't want chocolate. I want strawberry. Okay, he's making his own choice. He doesn't care that they order chocolate. He doesn't want chocolate. So this is a person who literally is selfish in the sense that he wants what he wants. It's one viewpoint and it's his own. Okay, so like this is the guy, you know, let's say the wife says, you know, dear, I really hope you won't play golf again this weekend. He says, look, I want to play golf. I'm going to play golf. See, it's one viewpoint. It's his viewpoint. Up from that is any choice. Any choice is a type of aloofness. So if the wife says, let's go for Chinese food, he says, okay. If she says, I don't want to go for Chinese food, he says, okay. She says, let's go for Thai food. He says, okay. See, any choice. He doesn't care. He's aloof from the whole thing. He's not going to get into a discussion or a controversy. There are many viewpoints and he can have them all. So you see how you have harmonics, for those of you who understand science. So level 5 is a harmonic of level 7. Level 3 is a harmonic of level 5. Okay? So at level 1, no choice is necessary. This person realizes he doesn't have to make a choice. He's not going to make a choice. It's not necessary for him. He might vote in the election, but it's not necessary. He has one viewpoint, and it's this transcendent viewpoint that he has. So that's what this is about. Next scale. Okay, the scale of permission. Pardon me, I misspoke. The scale of permeation. Okay, some people are going to say, permeation, what's that? Permeation is the basic action of a spiritual being. The reason why you get sensation from your body is that you permeate it. When you die, you stop permeating your body. That is what death is. So you get no sensation from it because you're not permeating it anymore. Now, this goes on with everything. Notice this is a spiral scale. So there is an apparent congruence between level 1 and level 7. Level 7 is must permeate. And level 1 is complete permeation. You might say, well, isn't that the same thing? No, it's the opposite. You see, when you are at level 1, you are in power. You're totally permeating. When you're at level 7, you're at compulsion. You must permeate. So this is like a guy who has a crush on some woman he doesn't even know. He's got pictures on those walls, you know. It's a compulsion. So, or like Jack the Ripper going around murdering women in London. Okay, he must permeate those women with his knife. It's a compulsion. Up from that is unable to permeate. It is not obvious at all that this is the sequence, but I know from my work with people that it is. A person who's unable to permeate is not as bad off as someone who must permeate. He is succumbing. So this is the guy who, he has no confidence. He's not trying. He's just blah. He sits on the side. He goes to a dance, but he doesn't ask anyone to dance. So in his mind, he's succumbing. He's saying, none of these girls are going to like me. He's unable to permeate. Up from that is able to permeate. Now we're getting into normal people, okay? So able to permeate is indifference. In other words, you can permeate if you want to, but you really don't care whether you do or not. In other words, able to permeate doesn't mean you are permeating. It just means you're able. So this is like the guy who says, well, yeah, I guess I could do that. But he doesn't because he's indifferent. Up from that is 4, which is unwilling to permeate. Unwilling to permeate is antipathy. When you have somebody that you don't like, you are unwilling to permeate that person. So, for example, for me, terrorists. I do not want to permeate terrorists. I don't think I've ever been around one, but if I were, I certainly wouldn't be wanting to permeate that person. So that is antipathy. Up from that is willing to permeate. Now, this is what we view as normal, healthy behavior. This person is willing to permeate. That is what empathy is. Empathy is the willingness to permeate. This person has empathy. So you go to some guy's house and he's got a cat and you have empathy for the cat. Hello, cat, you pet the cat. See, you're willing to permeate that cat. And the cat can feel it. Up from that is can permeate at will. That is what we call success. A person who's successful can permeate at will. Yogi Berra, who the famous baseball player, was the most valuable player in the American League 3 times. And somebody once asked him, he was such a great hitter, do you ever feel that you're in a slump? He said, no. If I strike out, I just figure, I'll get him the next time. See, he could permeate at will. He was completely confident. It didn't even matter if they threw him a strike or not. He would hit the ball. And that was success. This is what you get from successful people. They can permeate at will. They're not backing up. They're outflowing. They're permeating that area. And 1 is complete permeation, which is power. Okay, like the Beatles, relative to the pop music scene in the 60s, were at level 1. They had complete permeation. Everybody in the world knew who they were, and most of the people liked them. And they are by far the most successful music act in human history. They have sold over 1 billion units. Nobody is vaguely close to that. And for those of you who don't know the music industry, I'll give you a frame of reference. A Journey was a big band for about 10 years, okay? Cumulatively, they sold about 25 million units. That's nothing compared to 1 billion. So that is what John Lennon meant when he said, we're bigger than Jesus. He was right, they were. Of course, he got in a lot of trouble from that. But they had power. Or another comment from his, he said we had a license to kill. We could do anything. And if you look at their history, they started to develop rock into an art form. They were the originators of that. And it's because they had this power. Now, again, outflow, inflow, outflow, inflow, outflow. So the Beatles, wow, what an outflow. Tremendous outflow. Can permeate at will. That's the person who, he's on an inflow. In other words, he's a success. He doesn't have to outflow. He has this sense of he can permeate at any time he wants, which is a very kind of relaxed, withholding, withdrawn type of feeling. 3, willing to permeate, that's an outflow. This is a person, like if you meet somebody who really likes you, you can feel the permeation. They are coming across to you. They are reaching you. At 4, you have antipathy. That's definitely a withdrawal. When you're around somebody you don't like, you have antipathy toward them, you withhold from them. You might be in the same room and you might even speak to them, but you as a being are withdrawn from them. You are not permeating them. This is, the permeation thing is what people sometimes call vibes, good vibes or bad vibes. Now, 5, able to permeate, the person is indifferent. So he's outflowing into the area, but it's a kind of a not terribly discriminating thing. Yeah, okay, I could do that if I want. He's not necessarily doing it, but he's indifferent. That's an outflow. And 6, unable to permeate, succumbing. Boy, is that guy withdrawn. Person who's unable to permeate is withdrawn. You see this a lot in people who are mentally ill. And must permeate, that's the crazy person. These serial murderers or terrorists, they must permeate. You have these terrorists who are going to blow up a school bus full of people. That's a compulsion. They must permeate those people. Now you're going to say, well, that's crazy. Yes, it's crazy. And in general, as you go up these scales, you find sane people, and as you go down them, you find crazy people. Next scale. The scale of thought. This is very important. If you are making a choice about the person around you, whether you want that person around you or not, you need to use this scale. This is a linear scale, meaning there's no spiral factor. It's quantum, meaning there's nothing in between. Either you're at level 2 or you're at level 1, period. Nothing in between exists. And it's a specific scale, meaning it has to have a context. So, how do you think regarding your wife? How do you think regarding your job? How do you think regarding your bowling club? And you will find different levels. So the same guy thinks differently in different areas. So you might have a guy who, let's say he's in the tech industry, right? And he's working with algorithms all day long. He has a very high level of thought in order to do that work. But when he goes home with his wife, he's a completely different person. He's a dope. So he's thinking at a much lower level. Now, what is this about? Look at the axis on the right. At the top, we have total permeation of knowledge. Again, nobody can get to that level, but at level 1, you're very close to that level. And at the bottom, we have no permeation of knowledge. And you'll see in a minute that people at that level have no permeation of knowledge. And then there's a gradation in between where most of us are. Also notice again, at level 4, we have a dividing line between sane and insane. Level 4 is not particularly sane or insane, but as you go up, you get saner and saner, and as you go down, you get closer and closer to insane. So let's look at this. Level 7 is denial. Denial is a way of thinking. So you have this friend. You know that every night he drinks a 6-pack of beer. He falls down on the couch, falls asleep on the couch, okay? Now, you might go to him and say, Fred, don't you think you're an alcoholic? He says, no, I'm not an alcoholic. He's in denial. He is ignoring reality. That is a certain type of thinking. You cannot penetrate that. As long as he is in this level, he's thinking that way, you are not going to get that thought through to him. Up from that is disassociate. Now, disassociate is rejection. So, you don't like a certain person or a certain thing, you disassociate from it. So, let's say you have, and in the United States right now, there's an enormous amount of this that did not exist 50 years ago. We have Democrats stay with Democrats and Republicans stay with Republicans. They disassociate. You can even see this demographically, where you have Republicans leaving the Democrat states and moving to Republican states. The result of which that you have many states now that are absolutely Republican and states that are absolutely Democrat. In other words, these people are disassociated from one another. Don't talk to me. So if you have a guy who hates Donald Trump and you like Donald Trump, there is no flow between those two. They disassociate from you. They say dirty words to you and they go away. At 5 is identify. This is very common. Like the guy who says all women are the same, or the woman who says you can't trust men. That is an identity. She is identifying all men with every other man. I actually know somebody who frequently said to me, all men are beasts. That is an identity. She is identifying each of the 4 billion men on earth with one another, equating them, saying they're all the same. So obviously, that is not good thinking, right? Because clearly it's not true that all men are beasts. Some of them may be beasts, but to say they all are, that's an identity. And all identities, as I explain in the book, all identities outside mathematics are false. It is never in the realm of reality true that all are the same. A person who says Latinos are emotional, that's an identity. He's equating all Latinos with all other Latinos. It's not true. Up from that is associate. Now, this is what we think of as normal human behavior. Associate means compare. So, you go to a baseball game, right? You're sitting next to some guy, and he's got a Yankees hat on. You say to him, oh, you a Yankees fan? He says, yeah. Well, how about you? Oh, I'm a Dodger fan. So, see, you're associating. Or like a person sees someone with a kid, they say, oh, what a beautiful child. And the other person says, oh, do you have children? Yes. How many do you have? Oh, I have 2. See, they're associating. In other words, I'll show you mine and you show me yours. That is normal interaction between humans. It's not sane and it's not insane. Now, 3, you get to differentiate. This is the analytical mind. Fictionally, you can see this in Sherlock Holmes. What did he do that enabled him to solve the crimes? He differentiated. He was able to analyze, which is what differentiation means. Okay, this is a higher level of thought. He's not simply associating, he's differentiating. And if you read the Sherlock Holmes stories, all of which I did, or watch the movies and TV shows, you can see that. He analyzes it. That is why he can solve the crimes that the police cannot solve. Similarly, Mr. Spock. All hell is breaking loose on the Enterprise. They're about to blow up, and he says, fascinating. He's differentiating. He's analyzing it. Up from that is duplicate. Most people do not know that learning is a process of duplication. The teacher shows you how to calculate the slope of a line. You duplicate what he shows you, and on the test, you give it back to him. That is what learning is about. It's all about duplication. I started school when I was 3, and I've been involved in education my entire life to this very day. People who cannot duplicate cannot learn. That is what learning is. The teacher says to you, this is how you do it. And the student who's smart says, I see, and he duplicates it. So that is why learning is a problem for most people. They don't know this. They don't know how to go about it because they don't know it's duplication. People say, well, I want to do it my way. Well, that's fine, but you're not going to learn anything that way. Up from that is creative thought. This is what you see in brilliant people. When Einstein posited the theory of relativity, that was creative thought. He created something that did not exist previously. Similarly, Newton with the 3 laws of motion. That's creative thought. He came up with something entirely new. And this is the level of inspiration. There's the famous story where Newton saw the apple fall from the tree, and as he saw that, he realized that is the same force that holds the moon in the orbit around the Earth. And that led him to the 3 laws of motion, and that led him to creating calculus. So that's what the scale is about. It's very important. You better pay attention to this depending on what's going on. If you see somebody who is identifying and you're part of the group they're identifying about, you're not safe with that person. So if this person says, a woman says, all men are bad, there are women who think that. Look out, because she's saying you're bad. It's not going to be a good situation. Next. Joey. Okay, scale of identity. This is a spiral scale. Again, level 1 and level 7 are apparently congruent. Level 1 is no identity, and level 7 is no identity. But at level 1, it's no need for an identity, which is a very high state, and at level 7, it's no possible identity. You don't want to mix these two up. So you can see somebody who doesn't really have an identity or care about having an identity, and it could either be 1 or 7, but you look at what is this person doing? Level 1 is a state of extroversion. This person is wide awake and paying attention. That's what extroversion is. Level 7 is oblivion. That person is not aware of anything. He can't even have an identity. You find this in people who are mentally ill, or a person who is in shock temporarily might be at this level. They're just oblivious. So let's go over to quantum. This is a quantum scale, meaning there's nothing in between. Either you're certain of identity at level 2 or you're uncertain of identity at level 3. Okay, so if you change from level to level, that change occurs in a billionth of a nanosecond. There is nothing in between. There's no gradation. And this is a specific scale because you could have one identity regarding your schooling, another identity regarding your girlfriend, and so forth. Now, again, this has got the plus, minus, plus, minus, plus, minus in it. No need for an identity is clearly a withdrawal. You don't even need an identity. You're withdrawn from it. But certain of identity, that is an obvious outflow. It's a reach. You're reaching. Whereas when you get to uncertain of identity, you're withdrawing from it. See? Now, let's look at the axis on the right. This is about perception. Identity is a function of perception. At number 1, you have maximal perception. Notice I didn't say complete perception. Maximal perception. As much perception as is possible or as you might have. At 7, you have no perception. This guy is just oblivious. He is so out of it that he doesn't even have the idea of he's going to perceive anything. He's not paying attention. So let's go through these. First of all, I should point out this scale aligns with the scale of allegiance. Again, this is an individual scale. The scale of allegiance is a group scale, and it's like a group manifestation and an individual manifestation which align. So at level 7, no possible identity. You can't really even talk to this person. Up from that, you have disorientation. So this is like a drunk person or a person who got hit in the head. He's just chaotic. Now, this person is not withdrawn, so he could be arrested for drunk and disorderly. See? A drunk person is disoriented. So he's chaotic. And those people get arrested by the police if they find them. If they're on a big outflow, so they make a lot of trouble. They make noise. They get into fights. At level 5, lost identity. Lost identity is betrayal. When you betray something, you lose the identity. So the Rosenbergs, who were executed for treason in the 50s in the United States, they lost their identity as Americans and therefore gave atomic secrets to the Soviets, okay? Lost identity is a big withdrawal. When you lose your identity, you're withdrawing from that thing. Up from that is wrong identity. Now, wrong identity is relative to the identity that you started out with. In other words, a guy starts out as a Democrat and he becomes a Republican. To the Democrats, that is a wrong identity. So that's enmity. Wrong identity is enmity. Okay, so some guy wants to beat you up. He's your enemy. The reason he's going to beat you up is he's on an outflow. You see, he's reaching, which is what the plus means. Up from that is uncertain of identity. This is the person who is in doubt. He goes around, the old cliche, she loves me not. She loves me not. It's a dopey way to decide, but clearly the guy is uncertain of identity. See, he doesn't know who the hell he is. This person is indecisive, so he's withdrawn from the area. And above that is certain of identity. In the military and even in the police and many other groups too, they want you to be certain of identity. This is a big thing in the military. They want you to know you are a Marine. See? And the people who are at this level will make sacrifices. That is why they want you to be at that level. See? So when the platoon commander says, attack, you attack because you're certain of your identity and you are willing to contribute in that way. So it's a big outflow. Above that, no need for an identity, is the person who's extroverted. So this guy is not thinking one way or another. So let me show you how a person would go down this scale, right? So we have a guy who is a man about town, free, single guy, dating various pretty girls, right? He's at level 1. He has no need for identity. He's not identified as Marie's boyfriend. He's just some guy out there dating girls. So then he meets Marie. Where have you been all my life? Now he's certain of his identity. His identity is Marie's boyfriend, see? And he is contrite. He will bring her things. He will bring her flowers and candy and things. And if she says, would you please take me to the fashion show? He says, yes, dear. See? He's certain of his identity as Marie's beau. Now, things go badly between them. He goes down to 3. He's uncertain. Do I really want to be with this woman? He sees indecisive. Now, if they don't repair the relationship, people go down to 4. And his identity is now no longer Marie's boyfriend. See, he's got a wrong identity. His identity is something like Marie's ex, right? Which is a very negative thing. And then if it continues to go down, he'll get lost identity where he just betrays her, he just cheats on her and doesn't have that identity at all. He'll say, what did I even see in her? See, he lost that identity. And then he'll go down to, if he keeps going down, he'll go down to disorientation. This is the guy who will forget about Marie. And you'll bump into this guy and say, are you still dating Marie? Marie? Who's Marie? I don't know anybody named Marie. He's disoriented. His mind is chaotic. And don't think this doesn't happen. It does. It's very common. And then below that is, if he goes into oblivion, this is the guy who, he just stays in his house and drinks. He's not even thinking about dating anybody anymore. There's no perception. So that's what this is about. Next scale. Scale of evaluation. This is an extremely volatile scale, meaning it changes easily. This is probably the most volatile of the 35 scales. It's a linear scale, which makes it simple. It's gradual, which means there's an infinitude of steps in between. So you can be 3.1, 3.2, 3.3, 3.4, et cetera, et cetera. And it's specific. So the way you evaluate your baseball team, the way you evaluate your family, the way you evaluate your job could be completely different things and generally are. Now, what is this about? Look at the axis on the right. At the top, at level 1, you have love. And at level 7, you have hate. This is the gradation between love and hate. So when you love something, you are at level 1. And when you hate something, you are at level 7. Now, most of us are sort of in between. You say to somebody, how do you feel about basketball? Well, it's okay. He's not saying he loves it. He's giving you something like level 3. Or you might say, well, what do you think about the Jesuits? There's a lot of people who hate the Jesuits. I don't understand that, but there's a lot of them. I'll say, oh, they're terrible. Do you hate them? No, I don't hate them, but I'm not a fan of theirs. See? So let me show you how this works. Everybody enters this scale necessarily at level 4. You come to a new thing, you're neutral. So let's say you have a friend from rural China, doesn't know anything about baseball, never heard the word, never saw a baseball game. He comes to visit you and you say, I have tickets to a baseball game. Why don't you come with us? I have an extra ticket. So he says, okay. He's just being polite. He's impartial. He doesn't know anything about it. So you take him to the game. Now you're there in the stadium and you're watching the game. So 15 minutes into it, you say to him, what do you think of this? He's probably going to have one of two answers. He's either probably going to say, I can see why people like this. This is an interesting game. Or he might say, why would anybody want to watch this? See, he went down to 5. Now, if he keeps going down, he'll invalidate. He'll say to people, baseball is terrible. Don't watch it. It's no fun. See? And it's hard to imagine this with a sport, but in many other contexts, it's easy to get into condemnation. So you see that in the United States where, the people who hate Trump are condemning the people who voted for him. It's loathing. It's hatred. And it could go the other way. He could say, yeah, I like this. And then eventually he comes up to you in anonymity. Okay, yeah, I agree. This is good. I'm gonna watch this on TV now. See? And he might go up to encourage him to become a fan. So a fan is someone who's avid. He loves the game. So now you say to him, well, what do you think of baseball? And I says, oh, I love it. So that's the scale evaluation. And this moves pretty easily. It's not hard to get somebody to change on this. So what does the politician do? When a politician talks to you, he's trying to convince you of something. Just like when a lawyer talks to the jury. The jurors come in there, they're neutral. And he's trying to convince them of either the guilt or the innocence. of his client, depending on what side he's on. So if he's successful, they accept his point of view. So he winds up winning the case. Next scale. Thank you, the scale of motivation. Extremely important. One of the most important things to know is someone's motive. I have been able to get it down to the 7 basic human motivations. Now, you might say, wait a minute, there are thousands of motivations. No, those are subsets of these. There are only 7 basic motivations. And one of the beauties of Septemics is you're always choosing from a menu of 7, which is not hard to do. It's not like you have 1,000 things to choose from. That's difficult and confusing. So the police solve crimes by looking for a motive. They come in, this guy's been murdered. They want to know who has a motive to kill this guy. That's how they go about solving it. People do this all the time. So some guy comes up to you in a gas station. You don't know the guy, and he starts talking to you. And you immediately think, what does this guy want? Does he want money? Does he want a lift? Does he want to have a conversation? You don't know his motive. So you're immediately trying to find out where he is on the scale. This goes on all the time. So motivation is about responsibility. At the top, you have full responsibility. At the bottom, you have no responsibility. So when a person's motive is destruction, that person is taking no responsibility whatsoever for the area to which he is destructive. And when you have a person who is motivated by charity or love, which is level 1, that person takes full responsibility. This person, whatever goes on with his dog, he loves his dog, he takes care of his dog, he takes him to the vet, he buys him food, takes him for a walk. See, he's being responsible. Why is he being responsible? Because he loves his dog. He's at level 1. And of course, most of us are in between. So, motive is about exchange, meaning at level 7, you exact a payment from all. That is why you're destroying them. Okay, so Hitler wanted to destroy the Allies. He was exacting payment from them. Oh, you're going to invade Germany? We're going to kill you all. Up from that, suicide, you're exacting payment from yourself. See, this is a type of exchange. You're saying, I've been bad, and so I'm going to kill myself. That's suicide. At 5, revenge, you are exacting payment from another. It's not generalized. It's one guy, okay? So the wife sues the guy in divorce court, and she does everything she can to wipe out everything he owns, okay? She's exacting payment from him. And then you get up to 4, which is wealth, which is payment to self. That is what wealth is. You get a check at the end of the week, it's payment to yourself. Up from that is status. This guy doesn't want money, he wants status. He's accepting payment from another. So when Alex Rodriguez would go out on the field, 50,000 people would cheer. He was accepting payment from them. That's a type of payment. And they would buy jerseys that had number 13 on it because that was his number. So it's like accepting payment. Or when you go to a play, at the end of the play, the leading lady comes out and somebody gives her a bouquet of roses. She's accepting payment. That is what status is. When they clap for you, that is type of payment. Up from that is duty. Duty is repayment of debt to another. So you have some sense of duty to whatever it is. You know, like the guy who joins the military to defend his country. He feels he has an obligation to give something back to his country. And at the top is charity or love, which means no payment is required. So the wife makes a nice dinner for you. She doesn't expect anything for that. She does it because she loves you. So this is also about helping and harming. So at level 7, you want to harm all. That is what a destructive person is. He's subversive. He's going to destroy everybody. At level 6, suicide, he's harming himself. See, it's still harm, but it's less. At level 5, revenge. You're going to harm another. You're not harming yourself, you're harming another. It's not generalized. Now, at 4, you're helping yourself. That's what wealth is about. You're helping yourself to whatever it is, money. At level 3, you are receiving help. And when you have status, you receive help. People want to work for you. People want to give you things. I mean, when a person has status, whether it's a big movie star or a rock star or a politician, they get gifts. They get offers of marriage. People want to give them things. When you get up to 2, you are helping another. That is what duty is, okay? Yes, I understand my son got drunk and crashed the car, but he's my son and I have a duty to take care of him. You're helping him. And at 1, charity, that's helping all. That's what charity is. A person who is charitable is helping all. And even in the case of an individual, like a relationship, you're helping the person no matter what. Love, honor, and obey till death do us part. So whether the person yells at you or not, you still love them. That's level 1. So those are the 7 levels of motivation. I advise you to use this because if you don't, you're going to get into a lot of trouble. Next, scale of control. Most people have a complete misconception about control. Look up the word. Most people today think that control means something like domination. It does not. It means being effective. So you may have noticed amongst enthusiasts of firearm, gun control means hitting your target. That's correct. I was a marksman and I won ribbons for marksmanship. I was in control of the weapon. I could hit the bullseye, and so that's control. You're controlling it. Now, this is a linear scale, which makes it simple. It's gradual, meaning there's an infinitude of gradations here, and it's specific, meaning you control different areas. You control your family, you control your job, you control your dog, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Now, what is this about? Again, it's about responsibility. At level 1, you assume complete responsibility, which is what love is. You're in full control. So you see the parent loves the child is being controlled. Those parents take complete responsibility. The law requires you to do that. And that's because people understand that people love their children. A person who doesn't love the child is abnormal. And at level 7, no responsibility. When you say must not control, you're saying no responsibility for this. There's hatred there. So let's go through these. Must not control means inhibition. You're saying, don't touch me, don't come near me. This is a sick person. You know, I've worked as a holistic health practitioner. I had a guy I worked with, and he had a friend who had health problems. And he said to her, you should go to gym. And she said, oh no, I don't want anybody to touch me. So that's level 7. Obviously, if I'm going to work on this person, I would be asserting some control. Well, that's what holistic practitioners do. That's what they're paid for. So she was very inhibited, okay? I mean, she took no responsibility for her body. And it looked that way too. Up from that is must control. This is compulsion. Again, it's not obvious that it's in the sequence, but trust me, it is. Must control is a compulsion. If you have a little bit, a tiny bit of responsibility, then you say, I must control this. So this is what we call the control freak. He's compulsive. Up from that is cannot control. So this person is in a state of disowning. Oh, I can't control this. So it used to be fairly common years ago for parents to disown their children. I don't even know if that's a thing anymore, but you have a young man who he's a drunk, he's a womanizer, he's a thief. the parents disown him, which means he's not going to inherit anything. They're saying, we cannot control this kid. So they disown him. That's very little responsibility. Up from that is slight control. Slight control is what we call tolerance. When you tolerate something, that's a slight control. So you say, well, okay, this guy drinks a lot, but okay, it's none of my business. You tolerate it. This is a little bit of responsibility. It's just enough responsible for him to say, okay, do your thing. Up from that, level 3 is good control. Okay, that's what competence is. Competence is good control. So when you have somebody who's good at something, whatever it is, he's competent. See, that's control. Good control. In other words, when I say good control, I mean a lot of control. So when you talk to someone who is really good at something, you'll see they're controlling all kinds of things. So if you talk to an athlete, he's controlling his breath, he's controlling his diet, he's controlling his sleep, he's controlling his stretching, he's controlling his resistance training. See, a lot of control there, and that makes him a competent athlete. Up from that is very good control. This is what we call mastery. This is like Tiger Woods, okay? The great golfer. Very good control. He could make that golf ball go where he wanted it to go. He was a master of it, right? He was very close to complete responsibility. Now, was it complete responsibility? Probably not, because, it took him a few strokes and he lost a few times, but very good control. And at the top is full control. Full control is creation. So when you are creating something, you are taking full responsibility for it, as the parent does. Or when you are, let's say, composing a piece of music, okay, that's creative. You are assuming complete responsibility. You're deciding what notes, where, and in what rhythms is full control. So this applies to any area of life. Control is an inherently good thing. When you succeed, it's because you're in control. And when you fail, it's because you're not in control. So a guy wrecks his car. He obviously wasn't in control of his car. That is not a good thing. A guy who's a good driver can avoid accidents even when the other people did things wrong. He can avoid them. So that's control. Next. Okay, the scale of stopping. Now, interestingly enough, in this context, the word stopping, which has an ambiguity in it, applies both ways. So stopping means discontinuing, as in I stopped smoking, but it also means prevent, as in I stopped them from coming in my house. Both of those things apply here, which makes this a very broad and usable scale. This is a spiral scale. It's easy to confuse level 1 and level 7. Level 7 is must not stop. This person is compulsive. This is like the addict, the heroin addict. He must not stop. He's compulsive. He's going to get that heroin. He's going to use it. If he has to rob people, he will. So that's what it's about. Or the alcoholic, he must not stop drinking. He must not stop. Now, that is obviously a very degraded state to be in. Now, cannot be stopped is invincible. So if you look at it from the outside, it's easy to confuse level 1 and level 7. A guy who cannot be stopped, he really doesn't care. There's nothing you can do to him. So it's easy to think the guy is compulsive. I've seen people make this mistake. You have somebody who he's really good at it and he's really doing it, and they think, boy, this guy is compulsive. No, he's not compulsive. He's invincible. So what are we measuring here? We're measuring freedom versus entrapment. At the top of the scale, above level 1 is freedom. You cannot have perfect freedom as a human. Below level 7 is entrapment. You cannot have perfect entrapment. And as we go up the scale, you move away from entrapment and closer to freedom. Now here, unlike some of the other scales, we have a dividing line, but it's not where you might think it would be. The dividing line here is between 3 and 4. Levels 1, 2, and 3 are sane, and levels 4, 5, 6, and 7 are insane. And if you just look at people, this is fairly obvious. Normally 4 is neutral, but in this case it is not. And I'll tell you why as I go through the 7 levels. So we have the person who must not stop, like Jack the Ripper, must not stop murdering women. Okay? That's as crazy as it can get. So he is entrapped. He is entrapped in his own psychosis. Up from that is must stop. Okay? So this is a guy who says, we must stop this thing. You know, we must stop the Republicans, or we must stop the Democrats. Okay? And he is suppressive to that thing. Must stop is what suppression is. Like, for example, person who hates insects. Not only does he kill the insects in his house, he kills the insects outside on his property. Okay? He's suppressing them. So when you are suppressive in an area, that is must stop. You must stop that thing. It's like people who say they must stop abortion. So they blow up an abortion clinic. That's must stop. Whatever you think of abortion, blowing up clinics is not a good idea. Up from that is stopped. This person is apathetic. A person who's in apathy is stopped. You say to the person, are you going to vote in the election? No. See, he's stopped. He doesn't care. He is apathetic, means literally no feeling. He has no feelings one way or another. Well, that's insane, isn't it? Up from that, cannot stop. Cannot stop. Well, cannot stop is like a person who keeps eating and eating and eating. Now, notice this is similar to level 7, isn't it? Level 7 must not stop. Level 4 is not, they're not saying must not stop. They just can't stop. So this guy, he wants to go on a diet, but he can't do it. It's abnormal, okay? A normal person can say, okay, I'm going on a diet. And he can stop eating ice cream and candy, okay? So level 4 is insane, but it's not as insane as 5, which is not as insane as 6, which is not as insane as 7. And then we cross over and we get to can stop. Well, that's a normal person. This is the guy, you invite him over, you know, you give him a drink, you say, would you like another glass of wine? He says, no, I have to drive. See, he can stop. That's normal. Or a guy, you know, you say, oh, do you want seconds? He says, oh, this food is delicious. You want seconds? No, I had enough. See, he can stop. So that's normal behavior. So it's sane. Up from that is can be stopped. Now, this is not understood by people. A successful person can be stopped. Think about this. If you do not have the notion that you can be stopped, you cannot be a success. If a boxer goes in the ring, he has the idea that he can be stopped. If he doesn't keep his left up to protect himself, he can get hit. See? If he doesn't counterpunch, he can get hit. So he is well aware that he can be stopped. This is true for every successful person. If you talk to any of the captains of industry, can you be stopped? They'll say, boy, could we be stopped? All kinds of things could stop us. And that is part of being successful. Now, people who are dopey are not aware that they can be stopped. So this is like the guy, he goes in a bad neighborhood with $200 in cash in his pocket. He's not aware that he can be stopped. See, a smart person wouldn't do that. He would leave the cash at home if he's going to go through that neighborhood. So if he gets held up, what do they get? Nothing. See, that's success. So success is the outgrowth of can be stopped. And you can say, well, isn't that negative? Yeah, it is a little negative. But if you're not negative, you can't compete. See, like when a batter goes up to bat, he's aware that this pitcher is going to try to get him out. And he's aware that this guy has a half a dozen different types of pitches he could use to fool him and make him miss the ball. Okay, so he knows he can be stopped. So that's part of the deal when you are a success, can be stopped. This is what they call circumspection. A successful person is circumspect. He's not, like the guy who's driving and he's looking down the road 200 feet. See, if some guy is out of control or an ambulance is coming, he's going to get out of the way because he knows he can be stopped. He's not blithely just flowing around. That's not success. One is cannot be stopped. That is invincibility. Now, sometimes in baseball, they will say he was unhittable. Occasionally that happens. You'll have a hitter come back and say, this guy's unhittable. And on that day, the pitcher was. So you have a pitcher who has a fantastic game. It's a shutout. He strikes out 18 guys or whatever. He's unhittable. That's invincible. So we see this in myth and Samson and Hercules and Methuselah and people like that. Methuselah, the Bible says he lived 900 years. That's a type of invincibility, isn't it? So he had a lot of freedom. The freedom to do 900 years worth of things. Or example like Hercules. Well, didn't Hercules have a lot of freedom? He could pick up a horse and throw it. So that's a lot of freedom. So invincibility is freedom. And to the degree that you are invincible, you are free. So if you have some guy who's a 7th degree black belt in jiu-jitsu, nobody's going to bother this guy. It doesn't matter if the guy outweighs him by 100 pounds. It doesn't matter. He cannot be stopped. And so he has freedom. He can go wherever he wants. He doesn't have to worry about going into a bar and getting beaten up by a big guy. He has freedom. He can go wherever he wants. So he's invincible. So that's what this scale is about. It's very important. Next scale. Thank you. Scale of scholarship. Okay. So this is about study and learning. In case you haven't noticed, most people have a lot of trouble with that. There are very few really good students. And that's why we have scholarships. The really good students get scholarships because they're rare. They're at the top of this scale or near the top of this scale. This is a linear scale, which makes it simple. It's gradual, which means there's gradations between, and it's general. You're either at that level or you're not. It has nothing to do with context. Either you're a good scholar or you're not. Now, look at the right. Interest or minimal interest. Most people do not understand this. Scholarship is a function of interest. If the guy is interested in it, even if he's not going to school, he will study it. If he has no interest, he's not going to study it. So the people who are very bad students are not interested. You have the type of guy, he's only interested in dating girls and smoking dope. That's it. That's all he cares about, okay? He has no interest in geometry, philosophy, history, English. It's minimal. It's not really zero, it's minimal. As opposed to an avid student, which is the top of the scale, that guy has maximal interest. He's really interested. He wants to know. And the teacher has his attention. And the textbook has his attention too. So at 7, you have something that most people don't know about, which is the non-student. There are people who are non-students. They will not learn. This is the guy, we don't know why he's in the classroom. He's there because the truant officer makes him be there, or his parents make him be there, or maybe he wants to meet girls, or maybe he sells dope in school, but he's a non-student. He will not learn. Doesn't matter what you do to this guy, he's not going to learn. You could punish him, you could humiliate him, he's not going to learn because he has no interest in learning. Those people should not be in the classroom. They should be removed from the classroom because they're not going to learn. Up from that, you have the facile student. The facile student is a person who pretends to learn. This is the type of guy who might cheat on a test, might memorize the answers even if he doesn't know what they mean. He might actually get good grades, but he does not connect with it at all. These are the people who you bump into a guy and he'll say, oh yeah, I took algebra. I don't remember anything at all from it. He was a facile student. If you take algebra and you graduate the course, you're going to remember some algebra, unless you're a facile student. Facile student doesn't remember anything because it's pretense. He's there to pretend. His parents want him to get high grades, so he gets it. Or he wants to look good to the other students, so he gets it. He's pretending to learn. There is not any real learning happening. So this person is a phony. Up from that, level 5 is a poor student. Now this guy we can identify. He does not like to learn. You talk to the kid, he gets low grades. He does not want to go to school. He tries to get out of going to school. He doesn't want to do his homework. He always wants to play video games and watch TV. Okay, he's a poor student. So you can do something about this guy because you can diagnose him. And you can try to help him to like learning. There are a variety of ways to do that. So realize he has more interest than the guys at 6 and 7. There's a little bit of interest, but he still doesn't like it because he's not good at it. It's hard for him. Up from that is the average student. We all know this guy. This guy is willing to learn. He's willing. He's not going to cancel his date so that he can go to a calculus lecture, as an avid student might, but he's willing to learn. That's your average student. He has some interest. Up from that is the good student. The good student is the one who learns well. He gets it. Okay? You explain whatever it is, and he gets it. He gets it because he's interested. He has enough interest that he likes to learn. Hey, this is cool. He's not dreading going. He's not dreading going to school. He's a very good student. Up from that is the avid student. The avid student loves to learn. This guy, on his way to school, he's got his book bag, and he's just saying, yippee, today we have calculus. Now, you might never have met anybody like this, but I can assure you they exist. I've known many of them. So that's the scale of scholarship. As with all the other scales, if you spot a person correctly, you can move them up to the next level. That is possible. And I explain in the book and in many other places how to do that. So if you have somebody like your son or your daughter who's low on this scale, use this and you can move them up and they'll do better. Next, scale of literacy. Now, a lot of people sort of conflate literacy and scholarship, and they're really not the same thing. Because there are people who are quite literate who didn't like school, didn't do well in school. Literacy is a spiral scale, meaning it's easy to mistake level 7 and level 1. Level 1 I call paraliterate, which means no literacy is needed. And level 7 is illiterate, means no literacy whatsoever. Now, let me tell you what I mean by this. You could have a guy like me with Chinese. I'm illiterate as far as Chinese. I'm not totally illiterate because I know a few words, but still I'm illiterate. I can't read it at all. Now, a person who's paraliterate doesn't even need to be literate. This is a person who would be telepathic. The wife does not need to say to him, I would like you to take us out for dinner tonight. He gets it because He picks it up. She does not have to write him a note. So there are people who are so advanced, they don't need to be literate. Now think about this. Angels. You think angels are literate? They're not. You know why? They're telepathic. That's how they communicate. They just put the idea into your head or take the idea out of your head. They don't need to be literate. So that's the state that many people have never seen or are not aware that they've seen, but they know about level 7, which is illiterate. So what is literacy about? Literacy is about comprehension. You know, we talk about reading comprehension. So where there is no comprehension, that's below level 7. And where there is total comprehension, that's above level 1. Again, a human cannot get to total comprehension or no comprehension. We're somewhere in between. A person who's like Swahili, I don't know a single word of Swahili, and I would not even recognize it if I saw it written. So would you say I have no comprehension? Yeah, I have no comprehension. But again, it can be very easy for me to get a couple of words, and then it's not, no, it's only 99.999% no comprehension. So above illiterate is subliterate. Most people don't know about this. Billions of people are subliterate. Now, what this means is they can sign a check, they can fill out an employment form, they can sort of read a newspaper, even though they get half of it wrong. That's subliterate. So they can sort of get by in society, but there's so little comprehension that you could say they're functionally illiterate. That's a term that's used sometimes. They have a small vocabulary. They don't like books. They don't use dictionaries. Okay. Up from that is semi-literate. There are billions of people who are semi-literate. Many of them have graduate degrees, especially in the STEM subjects. You know, like you could have a guy who holds a doctorate in mathematics who's semi-literate. So, you know, he sort of knows the language pretty well. He can get by. It's not conspicuous that he doesn't know the language well. He's semi-literate. Then, of course, we cross over to literate. Literate is a person who's fluent in the language. And that's spoken and written both. So when I say that a person is illiterate, this is what I mean. Many people think, well, you're literate or you're illiterate. No, that does not take into account levels 5 and 6, which is actually the majority of the people in the world today. At level 3 is very literate. So this is an intellectual. Intellectuals are very literate because their stock in trade is words. So their comprehension is very high. Not as high as hyperliterate. Hyperliterate are people who are brilliant. This is somebody who knows the language so much better than other people that it's conspicuous. A good example is William F. Buckley. Whether or not you agree with what he said, he unquestionably was hyperliterate. I can't think of anybody who was more literate than he. And then after that, you get into the realm of telepathy, which is what paraliterate means. So I often point out that the levels that people have the most difficulty with when they're new to this subject are the extremes. A lot of people are going to say, paraliterate, what are you talking about? But you have to just take my word. Such people exist, even if you've never met one. They don't need to read anything. They get it. And this is like, you know, there are musicians who they can just sit down and play. You don't need to tell them anything. They don't need any music. You don't need to tell them what song it is. You don't even need to tell them what key it's in. They just play. They are paraliterate in music. There's not too many of those, but they exist. These are like the ultra brilliant creative musicians are paraliterate in the world of music. Whereas the classical musician, he's got music in front of him. He's reading the music. He can read it very well. So he's probably very literate if he's playing in an orchestra. Musically, very literate, as opposed to English or French or whatever. Okay, Joey, can we take a 3-minute break here? Joey, are you there? Okay, well, folks, I'm going to take a brief break. I will be back shortly, and we will continue our adventure.
All right. So, there we go. All right. I do apologize for the technical difficulty we just had. Hopefully, we'll have everything back on line in a moment. So just bear with me. Just give me a minute, Jim. We just had a little technical issue.
Okay, you can advance to the next one.
Okay.
Okay, next slide. Hello, Joey. Next slide.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, there it is. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. We just had a technical issue, Jim. So
Okay.
that's why everything's slow.
Okay, that's fine.
All right. Here we go. I'm out.
Okay, so let me just make an adjustment here. Okay, very good. The scale of human ability. This is very broad and very important. This is a linear scale, which is meaning there's no overlap between 1 and 7. It's a gradual scale, means there is an infinitude of gradations between the levels. And it's a general scale, meaning you find your level and you're done. It's not context driven. Now, you might say, well, couldn't you have ability in one area and then ability in another area, and that is true. That is a good point. But the way people actually experience this is as a general scale. So the scale of human ability. So we're not talking about the ability of animals or angels or anything else. We're talking about humans. So notice it says this scale aligns with the scale of management. Again, the scale of management is a group scale which corresponds to this individual scale. So the scale of human ability is the person's level of ability 1 through 7. And the scale of management, which I have dovetailed onto this on the right, is the managerial aspect of it. So you're dealing with people, but in a group context. And notice that it aligns, but it runs opposite. It goes 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and it's at a sequence 1. This took a lot of work to figure this out, how these two things aligned. It took me a while to get this one. But this is spectacularly useful. So when we talk about the scale of ability, we're talking about how this person functions in his area of ability. Organizational level means in an organization, where do you put that person? And that's really important. So let's start with number 7, ignoramus. An ignoramus is a fool. He does not know that he does not know. This is the guy who walks down the street. He sees a sign that says Aikido. He says has no idea what that is. He goes in and says, "What is this? What do you guys do? What is this, a clothing store?" So the guy says, "No, it's a martial art." Oh, see, all you can do with this person is interact with him. He doesn't know enough to promote. You can't sell him Aikido. He doesn't even know what it is. Up from that, you have the layman. The layman is the consumer. The guy who all he knows is he puts the key into the car and he turns it and it starts. And he can operate the vehicle. He doesn't know a distributor from a fuel injector. Okay. Now you can promote to him. You can say, buy our cars. Our cars are better and prettier and such, because he's a layman. He's a consumer. You can promote to him because he's not an ignoramus. If you have somebody who has no idea what a car is, you can't promote anything to him. He's not going to buy it because he doesn't know what it is. Then you go up to level 5. Level 5 is the amateur. An amateur is a dilettante. Okay, so some amateurs are pretty good at things. You have amateur golfers, amateur painters, whatever it is. Now, the amateur is your best target for salesmanship. If you go to a football game and you actually inquire, you will find that most of the guys in that stadium played football. The vast majority of them. High school ball, college ball, whatever it was. So the amateur is your best customer. You see a guy, he's wearing a Yankee jacket and it's got a 2 on the back. Well, that's Derek Jeter, who was probably the most famous player of his day. So those jackets are expensive. So he's going to shell out that money, several $100s, for that jacket because he's an amateur baseball fan, okay? And that's his favorite player. So you can sell him something. Amateurs will buy something from you if you give them an opportunity. Up from that, we have competence. Competent means professional. A professional is competent. Why is he professional? Because he's competent in whatever it is you do. So, whether you're a pharmacist or a fashion designer, if the guy is competent, an amateur is not necessarily competent. He sort of does a little bit, You have millions of guys who played amateur baseball, millions and millions. They're not really competent. They can't function in professional baseball. They would be terrified if they had a 90-mile-an-hour fastball coming at them because they've never even seen it. So the competent person is professional. What do? You get him to produce. Why do you get him to produce? Because he can. He can do it. He can do whatever it is you need done because he's a pro. Above that, you get to the expert. The expert is beyond competent. He's a master of this thing. He knows all about it. You don't want to get him to produce. You want to get him to refine the product. The expert is the guy who will say, we could combine these two functions into one thing and save millions of dollars. See, that helps the company. He refines your product. Sometimes it shows up as correcting the product, which is another way of saying the same thing. At 2, you get the virtuoso. The virtuoso has an artistic element. Now, the word virtuoso is generally used in the arts, like you would say Eddie Van Halen is a virtuoso guitarist, which is true. But it's also true in other areas. For example, Einstein was certainly a virtuoso physicist. There are some people who they're so good at something, they're beyond expert. Well, what do you do with a virtuoso? You market him. So think about this. Eddie Van Halen was this fantastic guitar player, changed the way guitar was played all over the world. So he had his brother who played drums. He found some guy to play bass, very simple bass, and he got a front man to sing. Didn't have to be a great front man. And the rest is history. You market him. That's what happened with Jimi Hendrix. Jimi Hendrix was a very good and very unusual guitarist in Greenwich Village, in New York. And somebody spotted him and said, wait a minute, this guy's a virtuoso. We can make a fortune. They put him to England, and they got him with Mitch Mitchell and Noel Redding, and the rest is history. Marketing. You market him. They made a fortune. And above that is genius. The genius is unique. They talk about Shakespearean theater, Shakespearean ability. Shakespeare is so great that he's unique. A genius is unique. Babe Ruth was a genius at baseball. Many people don't know he was the best left-handed pitcher in the American League before they made him a hitter. He was just astonishingly great baseball player. And he was unique. There's nobody like him. You could study the whole history of baseball. There's nobody like him. So that's what a genius is about. There aren't too many geniuses. Obviously, we all start out at the bottom. When you're 2 years old, you're an ignoramus. You don't know. You have no idea about anything. Okay? Mom says, would you like a cookie? You don't even know what a cookie is. So we all work our way up. And as you get closer to the top, there are fewer and fewer people. Now, what do you do with a genius? You establish an organization around him. We have Shakespeare festivals. That's establishing an organization around an artist. The guy is so talented and unique and powerful, you build an organization around him. You establish an organization for him. And if you put him anyplace else, you're going to have a lot of trouble. For example, if you have a virtuoso and you try to put him in level 4 and just get him to produce, he's not going to be happy. He needs to just do his own thing and you just market him. So it's important to match the organizational level with the competence level of a person. And a lot of problems in business are because of this. There's such a thing as being overqualified for a job, which means you're at too high a level for the position they're trying to fill. Next. Scale of memory. This is something people don't know about and is extremely important. It is a spiral scale. Notice, level 7 says no memory, level 4 says no memory, and level 1 says no memory. Obviously, these are harmonics. No memory at level 7 is denial. You have no memory because you say it's not there. So you have a guy who he just has no memory. You remember the time that we went on a picnic? No, I don't remember that. So he's denying it in his own mind. At 4, no memory is forgotten. This is the guy who says, yeah, I used to know this formula, but I can't remember it now. See, he forgot it. That's a higher level of memory. And at the top, no memory, because no memory is needed. Let me ask you this. What does an angel have to remember? His social security number? His PIN? His address? It doesn't have any of those things. So really, memory at that level is not necessary. There are beings who are so advanced that they don't really have memory. It's not needed. Now, they may have some, but it's not needed. So they might remember it, but they're not remembering because they need to remember it, because it's not necessary for them. So what are we measuring with this? Truth and falsity. At the top of this scale, above level 1 is absolute truth, which no human can attain. And below level 7 is absolute falsity, which also no human can attain. So memory is about truth and falsity. As you get higher on the scale of memory, the truthfulness of your memory increases. So when you talk to somebody who's at level 2, you're getting a lot of truth. Person with a photographic memory, he can just open in his mind to page 11 and just read what's on page 11 out of his head. Okay? That's the truth. That's what it says. Okay? He's not getting some of it wrong. And so the person at the bottom, absolute falsity, well, just the fact that you're denying it is a type of falsity. You're saying, no, never. You say, oh, whatever happened to Mary Lou? You used to go out with her. Mary Lou? I never knew anybody named Mary Lou. See, that's false. He did. There are witnesses to it. He just can't remember it. He's denying it in his mind. He's got so much cognitive dissonance, he's completely forgotten about her. It's in denial. Now, up from that, let me talk about level 4. Again, level 4 is the dividing line between sane and insane. Level 4, no memory forgotten. That's not sane and it's not insane. That's your average person. Okay, where'd you put your keys? I forgot. I'll have to look for them. Okay, that's normal. That's not insane. But it's also not sane. It's a little daffy. So that's the dividing line. So obviously, as you go further down, you get closer to insanity. And as you go further up, you get closer to sanity. So going from 7 up to 6, sporadic delusional memory. So this person will remember bits and pieces, but it's all delusional. This is like the guy, he gets in therapy, and he'll be telling the therapist something that never happened. Now, until you've actually worked with people, you might say, does that happen? Yes, it happens. I've worked with clients. They have sporadic delusional memory. They can remember bits and pieces of a delusion. They can't even remember the whole delusion. They're not up to even remembering the whole delusion. That's 5. 5 is delusional memory. A guy will have a complete memory of something that never happened. In case you haven't heard, people in power have been wiping memory and putting in delusional memories frequently. In other words, it's not enough to simply wipe the guy's memory. They want to put something in there so he thinks he knows it. So like the military will take a person, put him in some secret mission. They don't want it to get out. So they will wipe his memory. And believe me, this is a traumatic event. And then they'll put something in there. They'll convince him that he was at the dentist. So where were you Saturday? Oh, I was at the dentist. He was never at the dentist. It's a delusional memory. Okay? That is not as crazy as sporadic delusional memory. I seem to recall being in a dentist's office, that's 6. Then you come up to 4, no memory, that's normal. That's what you get from the normal person. He forgets things. You have to realize when you forget, you're aware that you forgot. So that's not crazy. Yeah, I don't remember what year it was that Magellan circumnavigated the globe, but I'm aware that I forgot it. Up from that is sporadic memory. This is what you see in the average normal person. He has a sporadic memory. He can remember some things and not other things. So if you ask the guy, what did you eat last Tuesday? He probably won't be able to tell you everything. He'll say, well, I can remember for dinner I had chicken, but I don't remember what I had for lunch. Probably was a sandwich because I usually have sandwiches. See, that's sporadic memory. That's not crazy. That's sane. He just can't remember it all. Up from that is complete memory. This is also called eidetic recall or photographic memory. This is a person who can remember the whole thing. Sometimes this will come up in therapy, where you will get a guy, he will start off with no memory of something at all, and he will go through these levels, and at the end, he will have complete memory of it, and whatever psychosis came from this is gone, because he now has complete memory of it. And then above that is no memory needed, which is some very advanced being who doesn't need to remember things. Because he's really telepathic and doesn't think of it this way. I had a friend who was a world famous jazz musician. So he invited us all to his house. So there we are sitting in his living room, had a grand piano, comes out, sits down at the piano, and he played for like a half hour straight. No music, no recognizable songs. He just made it up as he went along. There was no memory involved. I know this guy very well. There was no memory involved. He just played. It was spectacular. There was not a note out of place. That is what you get from a great musician. Somebody like Chick Corea could do that. He could just sit at a piano and just make it up. No memory. He's not remembering anything. He's just doing it. Okay? That is very close to absolute truth. Next. The scale of spiritual identity. This is very important, and this is going to leave some people out. The people at the bottom of the scale are going to say, what are you talking about? Because there are people who deny the existence of a spirit. Not too many, but there are. I feel very sorry for those people. This is a linear scale. It's a quantum scale, meaning there's nothing in between. Either you're at level 2 or you're at level 1, period. And it's a general scale. Once you find your level, you're done. You can try to move up, but it's not context driven. You have one person has one level on this. You find your level, and that's all you can do other than move up to the next. Now, we're going to get into things that many people have no reality on, meaning they have never seen this in their lives. Level 7 is an inanimate object. There are beings who think they are inanimate objects. This is not news. If you study Hinduism, they talk about devic entities. There are entities who think they're rocks, who think they're grains of salt, who think they are mountainsides. See, a spiritual being can think he's anything, but he thinks he's a thing. He does not think he's animate. That is his spiritual identity. I am a thing. Not too many humans are at that level. Perhaps a catatonic schizophrenic is at that level, but very few people. 6 is an animate object. This is people who think they're animals. Now, people who say there's no such thing as a spirit, there is no afterlife, they think they're animals. And if you talk to them, they'll say, yeah, I'm an animal. We are the smartest species of animals, but we're animals. There's no spirit. When I die, that's it. So that person's spiritual identity is an animate object. Now, when I say animate, animate, it doesn't necessarily have to be an animal. It could be a plant. There are beings who think they're plants. And I've run into people who said they had conversations with trees and flowers. So there's a being there. Above that is a persona. Now, this is where most people are in today's world. The guy thinks he's a persona. What are you? Well, I'm Joe Smith. That's his identity. Or his identity could be something like, I'm an American. Or it could even be something more specific like, I'm a patriotic American. So it's a persona. It's sort of like a jacket that he puts on that defines who he is. That's his spiritual identity. He does not have any identity as being separate from the material plane. He's a persona. That's the largest percentage of people of all of these 7 are at that level. At 4, you get a spirit, a person who knows he's a spirit. All of the people who are in religious orders know they're a spirit. Some of them might be at a higher level, but at a minimum, they know they're spirits. Okay, so there are people who are spiritually aware. That's what it means. Now, you could call this a ghost, which is another way of saying a spirit. We used to say Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. Now they changed it to the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. I guess they thought ghost was a little scary for people, but it's the same thing. When a person knows that he's a spirit, it changes his whole life. Like the Christians who were being massacred by the Romans. Now, there were Christians who relented. They said, okay, I give up, I'm not a Christian, because they didn't want to be killed. But the ones who were at level 4 said, go ahead and kill me. Life is not so great. We have no analgesics. We have no dentists. We have no hospitals. Life is painful. Most of us die of some horrible disease when we're young anyway. Go ahead and kill me. So they could say that because they knew they were a spirit. Then from a spirit is to an angel. So a free being is an angel. So this is a person, he's not a human, he's not in a human form, although you could have a human who thinks of himself as an angel, which would be very rare. This should be a very saintly person. And then above that, you get up to a god. Now, think about this. We have the Greco-Roman gods. We have the Norse gods. We have all these different religions. Hinduism is full of gods. Okay, that's level 2. So those beings who are being those things, that's what they think. I'm a god, whatever the god is. So you can say, well, no such thing exists. How can you prove that? So there are beings who are gods. They're divine beings, and they are above angels. Angels are basically free beings, but they don't have the power of a god. A god is really a very powerful, advanced. He has more causation than an angel. And at the top is infinity, which is really another way of saying God. They talk the idea of the Godhead in Eastern religion. So you can meditate yourself up the scale to a point where you experience infinity. That is the Godhead. That is what they mean when they talk about that. Now, if they're human, he's going to come back down to a lower level. He's probably not going to stay there. But sometimes you'll find people, a guy will be in a trance for like weeks, days or weeks. He got up to level 1, he's at a state of infinity. So that's how he thinks of himself. And at some point, he probably will come back down and think of himself differently. He might come down to thinking of himself as an angel. So this is all about cause and effect. So At God, you have cause, and an inanimate object, you have effect. You have some rock in your garden. You go out there, 10 years later, that rock is still there. It hasn't changed at all. It's a total effect. As opposed to a God can cause quite a bit. I mean, read classical literature. They talk about the various gods creating great effects. So that's what this is about. Next. Okay, the scale of mental deletion. Most people have no idea what the hell this is. So I'll have to explain to you what the mind is, because most people don't know what the mind is. The mind is an electromagnetic field matrix. It is an electromagnetic field which interacts with the nervous system of the body. It is created by the being. The mind is created by the being. So you have the spirit, you have the mind, and you have the body. And the nervous system is the part of the body that most fully and easily interfaces with the mind. So, because the mind is an electromagnetic field, you can delete things from it. And this has been going on for a long time. It's just people didn't understand what they were looking at. So this is a linear scale. It's a gradual scale, meaning there are gradations in between. Many people are in between levels. And it's general, meaning you're either at a level or you're not. In other words, it's not context driven. You're not going to have a different level of mental deletion regarding some different area of your life. Now, most people have never experienced mental deletion, or if you have, now you have a chance to understand what went on. So, the lowest level of mental deletion is by re-experiencing. You re-experience an incident. So you go to your therapist. You say, he says, why are you here? Say, I had a terrible divorce. He says, tell me about it. You re-experience the incident. See, you're re-experiencing, as you're telling him, you're saying, yeah, and then she did this, and then we went to court, and then we went back to court. You are re-experiencing it. And in so doing, you are reducing it. So the guy, after 6 months, he says, I feel much better. I don't even care about this anymore. He deleted it. Now, notice it says repeatedly if necessary. Very often, most of the time, at this level, you have to do it more than once. So you go to the therapist the next week, and he says, how do you feel now about your divorce? And you say, well, I feel better, but I didn't tell you X, Y, and Z. And then you're re-experiencing it again. You see, you experience what's left of it. And eventually it'll go, and you won't bother you at all because you have deleted it. Then up from that is recounting. Recounting is different from re-experiencing. When you re-experience it, you re-experience it. Recounting is more remote. You're just sort of saying, yeah, this thing happened. And notice it says by recounting several similar or related instances separately. So he says, did you have an argument with your wife? You say, yeah, we had a lot of arguments. He says, tell me about it. So now you're telling him, well, we had the argument about the watermelon. We had the argument about the lawn. We had the argument about the dog. See, there are several incidents. Sometimes they're in chains. And if he's smart, he might, if you give him a recent one, he might say, well, was there an earlier similar incident? Well, now that you mention it, there was an earlier time. Yeah, there was that time I forgot about this. There was a time she got mad at me because I was late meeting her at the library. You see? So you're talking about incidents separately, but there's several of them. There's a bunch of them. And there are techniques where you can go at this directly. And you clean up that whole blob of things that are connected. Up from that is an automaticity. Now, this is an avalanche of several similar or related instances. So this is a level that some people have experienced sort of without expecting it, where all of a sudden, brrr, and the whole thing deletes. Most of the people who experience this are in some kind of therapy or facilitation, where, let's say they're running incidents of my father yelling at me, incidents of my father yelling at me. And then all of a sudden they'll get like 52 incidents and they all brrr with one, and they're gone. So that's an automaticity where, in other words, you are not running it. It's running you, but it still deletes. Then we get up to 4, observation. Only enlightened people get to this level. This is where you can delete something by looking at it. This takes many years of facilitation or therapy or meditation, where you look at it and it goes poof. So if you've been in meditation for a long time, you might know what I'm talking about. I experience this every day of my life because I've been meditating for over 40 years. So I'll look at something, done. That's it. Doesn't bother me anymore. All I did was look at it. Just seeing it is enough to delete it. So you realize your mental powers have to increase in order to move up this scale. Now, when you get to 3 enumeration, that's by counting how many. So if I have a very advanced client and he says, yeah, my wife and I used to fight a lot. I would say to him, how many fights did you and your wife have? And he thinks about it. He gets an automaticity. He says 52. Done. We're done. Okay? That's it. And we can go on to something else. That's enumeration. Above from that is location, deleting by location. You delete it by simply finding it. The interesting thing about that is when you delete by location, you don't even find out what it was. You say, something's bothering me. What is this? Gone. It's gone. You located it. You didn't even find out what it was, but it went away. And above that is deleting by will. You just say, it's gone, and it's gone. So that's just by deciding about it. You decide. You decide that this has no control over me. I'm not interested in it anymore. And it goes poof. Obviously, this is a very, very high degree of mentality. So if you're not familiar with this, I would advise you to find out about different ways of mental deletion. A lot of the people who are into this don't think of it as mental deletion, but it is anyway. So I, as human development engineer, know the mechanics of this on an electronic level, so I was able to break this down. Next, scale of aberration. Okay, aberration comes from the Latin word aberrare, which means to wander from. This is how you go from being yourself to being a crazy person. You see Joe and he says, I just haven't been myself lately. He's telling you he's somewhere down on this scale. Or the opposite will happen, where a guy something really good will happen and he'll say, yeah, I feel like my old self. He went off the scale, went off the top of the scale. He's not on the scale anymore. Everyone entered the scale at level 1. And the worse the situation is, the more he descends the scale and he gets more and more irrational. So this is a scale of rational and irrational. A person who's above level 1 and is not on the scale is totally rational on that subject. And a person who's below level 7 is totally irrational. And again, it's hard to be perfectly rational or perfectly irrational, but you can get very, very close. I mean, if you talk to a crazy person, a diagnosably crazy person, boy, are they irrational. You say, would you like a glass of water? And he says, birds never sit on my windshield. See, that's totally irrational. That's got nothing to do with it. That's a crazy person. So let's go down the scale. Misconception. The first thing that happens to a person to send him down this scale toward insanity is misunderstanding. He has a misconception. How about the misconception of the Nazis that the Jews were responsible for all of Germany's ills? That's a misconception. Now, there may have been some Jews who were responsible for some of Germany's ills, but that blanket statement is a misconception, right? They're misunderstanding it. They're not understanding it correctly. As soon as you get to that, you're already a little irrational. Okay, now, if your rationality continues to go down, the next thing you do will be to commit a misdeed, because you now have a justification. So you have a bunch of anti-Semitic boys and they beat up some Jewish kid. Okay, that's a transgression. Why did they do that? Because Jews are bad. You know, it's like the people who went into Israel on October 7 a couple of years ago, killed 1,200 people and captured many more innocent civilians. Okay, so they clearly have a misconception. They have a misconception like the Jews are bad. That is a misconception. Some of them may be bad, but it's definitely not true that all of them are bad. And any rational person can see that. Now, after the misdeed, if you continue down the scale, it becomes a secret. Since you committed a misdeed, you now have to keep it a secret. So the kid, after he beats up the Jewish kid on the way to shul, he goes home. The mother says, "Where have you been?" He keeps it a secret. He doesn't want her to know. "Oh, well, we played softball." See? So he's restraining the truth. He's restraining him from her. He's restraining himself from telling her the truth. Now he has a secret. That's worse than a misdeed. Because not only, there's a statement you often hear, it's not the crime, it's the cover-up. The secret is the cover-up. So if it keeps going down, what happens is the person gets into suspicion. Oh, I wonder if my mom knows. See, like, guy comes home from work. He was kissing his secretary at work. The wife says, "How are things at work?" He wonders, I wonder if she knows. Maybe I have a lipstick on my collar, He's suspicious. There's a suspicion here that she might know. Oh boy, is that a problem? Psychologically, this guy is screwed. This is a mess. He's going around worrying about that. He's going to go around, I wonder if my wife knows. I wonder if my wife knows. Maybe she knows. Maybe she doesn't know. That's level 4. That is a bad state to be in. If that continues, eventually that guy will get upset. The wife will say to him, "Why are you 20 minutes late for dinner?" He'll say, "Don't bother me. I had a lot of traffic. Leave me alone." So he gets upset. The reason he's upset is he's got the suspicion gnawing at him. If he didn't have that, he wouldn't get upset. He'd say, "Well, there was a lot of traffic and I'm sorry I'm late." So upset is mad. He gets mad. Okay? When a person gets mad, it's always because there's something underneath it. And you might not be able to find out what that is, but in my career as human development engineer, my job was to find out what it was, and I did. The next level down is rationalization. You rationalize it. And now this guy will say, "My wife deserved to be yelled at because she's a lousy wife." See, that's a rationalization. He's justifying what he did. That's even worse, because now he's psychologically embedding it in his mind. It's like he's hypnotizing himself into the belief that she's a bad wife, which is probably not true. And this continues. Eventually, he will go into an identity, like an adulterer or a man about town. So now he has this whole idea of himself, a persona that he didn't have before. And this is how people get into these terrible personas. You have a guy who's a terrorist. How did he get into that identity? He knows he's a terrorist. See? How did he get there? He got there by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 before he got to 7. Or if, like, people who were Nazis, the guy, Sieg Heil, he's a Nazi, that's his persona. You say to him, what are you? He says, I'm a Nazi. See, he went down this sequence of events. And if you wanted to get him out of it, you would have to work him back up to 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1, which is what I did for a living for 40 years. Next question. Next scale. Thank you. Scale of physical fitness. Okay, so everybody is involved in physical fitness. This is really useful because if you don't know this, you're going to have a lot of trouble. Now, I'm a fitness enthusiast. I've also worked as a holistic health practitioner, and I've been an athlete since I was a boy. So this is like a way of life for me. And when I figured this out, it really, really made it easy. I can look at what's happening with my body and say, I'm at that level. Okay, now I know what to do. Because a person who's weak, you have to take into account the fact that he's weak. He's unhealthy. You can't treat him like a normal person. If you do, you'll make him worse. And that's true for all of these levels. So here's the big thing that most people don't know. What are we measuring here? We're measuring survival potential and immunity. A person at the top of this scale has infinite survival potential. Of course, that's unattainable for humans, but you can get very close. And he has total immunity. There are people who go around infectious people and they don't get anything. In my youth, I was a preposterously healthy person. I was like the health nut of all health nuts. And I would go around sick people, nothing happened. I didn't catch anything. And there are a lot of people like that. At the bottom, you have the zero survival potential and no immunity. Well, zero survival potential is what you have when you're dying. You go to the hospital, say, how's he doing, doc? The doctor says, he'll be dead in 5 or 6 hours. Guy's dying from cancer. And 4 hours later, he dies. So that person had zero survival potential, or very close to zero. Maybe it was 0.00001 until he died, then he has zero. So he has no immunity to whatever it is that's killing him. So the lower you are in the scale, the less your immunity is. Those are the people who get sick. So if you keep yourself at a high level of the scale, you don't get sick. There are people who are very conscientious, who go decade after decade after decade without being sick. And that's a function of being high on the scale. So let's start at the bottom. Dying. Dying means succumbing. Whatever it is you have, COVID or the flu or whatever else, you're succumbing to it. You are on your way out. Higher than that is sick. So this person is sick, but he's not dying. He's dysfunctional. He's throwing up. He's got rashes. He's in pain. It's dysfunction. Above that is weak. This person he's not sick, but he's weak. He has no stamina. He's just not very healthy. He's not, if he goes to a doctor, the doctor say, well, what's the problem? He says, well, I'm not sick. Well, why are you here? Then above that, you get normal. Normal means healthy. A normal, healthy person. This person is not weak. The weak person is the person who says, oh, God, I got to go to work today. I don't know how I'm going to make it. And he drags himself and he comes home and he goes right to bed. That's a weak person, level 5. A normal person is okay. He goes to work, comes home, has dinner, watches TV. Above that is strong. Okay, so this is the fitness enthusiast. This person is energetic. So like somebody who runs a marathon, okay? It's, 26.2 miles? Or they have smaller marathons now too. This is a strong person. Now, he's not strong the same way as a weightlifter is strong. It's a different, but he's still strong. So this person is energetic. There are people, they're just loaded with energy and they're just busy getting things done. They feel great. Above that is athletic, which is vibrant. An athletic person is vibrant. I mean, when you see competition athletes, professional athletes, Olympic athletes, they are at level 2. They're beyond energetic. So these people have abilities that normal people do not have. And at the top, you have superhuman. Now I say, well, what is that, a myth? Well, wait a minute now. What about Samson? It says in the Bible that Samson slew 1,000 Philistines with the jawbone of an ass. Isn't that superhuman? Or Hercules, the 7 impossible tasks of Hercules. Or Methuselah, who lived 900 years, according to the Bible. There are people like this. There's a guy named Wiley Brown, who used to be a celebrity. I lost touch with him. He was on TV. He didn't eat at all. He was slender, and he got under a table with 10 people on him, on the table, and lifted it up. Guy who didn't eat. So that's pretty close to indestructible. I once went to a holistic person, and she said, I could probably just swallow a whole bacterium or anything like that. My body would just kill it. That's superhuman. So there are people at those levels. You probably don't know them, but we all know people at these other levels. So that's what this scale is about. And you need to know what level you're at in order to know what to do. Sometimes a guy is trying to improve his health when he's doing the wrong thing. If you're weak, you need to rest. You need to sleep. You need to take it easy until you become normal. And then you start lifting weights or running laps. And so people very often harm themselves because they don't know the level. Next scale. Okay, the scale of justification. Justification is an integral part of human life. Everybody justifies. It's just that they justify at different levels. Justify means make right, literally. Excuse me. This is a spiral scale. So level 7 is no justification, and level 1 is also no justification. But at level 1, there's no justification because it's the truth. The truth doesn't need a justification. If you tell the truth, you don't need to justify it. There's no need to justify it. It's just the truth. If you're at 7, 7 is no attempt at justification. This person has gone out the bottom. This is a person in despair. He doesn't even attempt to justify it anymore. Normal people, when they have something not right, they try to justify it. You can have a guy who's in such deep despair, he doesn't even attempt to justify it. That is a very, very sad state, and you may not have known anybody in this state, but you may have, and now you know what you were looking at. So this is about cause and effect. Again, cause and effect. Above level 1 is total cause, below level 7 is total effect. And we have the dividing line in the middle. You don't call it sane and unsane, we call it insane, we call it responsible and irresponsible. So a person who's at level 5, 6, or 7 is irresponsible, more so as you go down the scale. And a person who's at level 1, 2, or 3 is responsible, more so as you go up the scale. And the person at level 4 is really not responsible or irresponsible. So let's go through these. At level 7, as I said, there's no attempt at justification. Here's a guy, he's so depressed. He doesn't try to find work, go to work. He doesn't look for a job. He doesn't try to find a girlfriend. He just sits on the couch. He's in despair. If you say to him, why are you acting this way? He won't say anything at all. He's just in despair. That's what you get from people who are badly depressed. Person at level 6 will give you a computation, a fixed idea. Okay? Why did you do that? Because you can't trust women. See, that's a fixed idea. You cannot change that idea. You can bring them upscale and have them let go of it. but you cannot talk him out of it. It's impossible because it's a fixed idea. Or you say to somebody, why don't you talk to your mother? Because she's a bad person. See, that's a fixed idea. Now, she probably is a pretty bad person, but still, even the worst person in the world has something good about them. You know, most people realize that Hitler was probably the worst person of the century. I certainly believe that. But you know, he loved his mother. He loved animals. Most people don't know that the Germans were the first, the Nazis in particular, were the first people to make laws against animal cruelty. He was very artistic. He was very patriotic. I'm not defending the guy. I'm just saying everybody has good things and bad things. Remember, to Eva Braun, his wife, she was the greatest guy in the world. So when you have a fixed idea, you know, like if you say, well, Hitler was bad. Well, okay, there's some truth to that, but there were these other sides of him too. And that's true for everybody. There are no exceptions to that. Every person who exists has good sides and bad sides, which is why if you say the Republicans are bad, you are wrong. Maybe some of them are bad, but it's a fixed idea. And you can't argue somebody out of a fixed idea. He might let go of it if he goes up to level 5, which is logic, because he might reason, okay, there are some bad Republicans, but some of them are not bad. See, he's getting up to 6, which is logic, reason. He's reasoning this out. Or, you know, like a person who says, well, gee, there are an awful lot of Jews in the United States and people like them. So maybe some of the Jews are not bad. See, to an anti-Semite, that's a new idea. He came up to level 5. Then up to that, you come to physical reality. This is justification by physical reality, okay? Why are you wearing sunglasses? Because I don't want to squint in the sun. See, that's objective reality. Why are you wearing a hat? Because I want to protect myself from the sun. It's just objective reality. You're justifying it by the facts. Why do you eat grapefruit for breakfast? Because I don't want to gain weight. See, that's an objective fact. You're not going to gain weight eating a grapefruit. So that's right there in between responsible and irresponsible. And that's a normal, sane person. Up from that is by acceptance. Now, by acceptance means viewing. You just look at it. So, the guy's wife is a drunk. Every time they go to a party, she gets plastered. He has to carry her in the house, take off her shoes, put her to bed. She makes a fool of herself, you know, but he still loves her because he just sees it. Okay, she's a drunk. He just sees it for what it is. And so that's how he justifies it, by viewing it. Yeah, my wife is a drunk. Don't you want to get rid of her? No, I don't want to get rid of her. She's my wife. I love her. See, he's just looking at it. You're justifying by viewing. Up from that is responsibility. This is justifying my responsibility. It's forgiveness. So the guy's brother cheats him out of money, but he's still nice to him. You know why? He's his brother. He forgives him. Okay, I forgive you. So this is like a big thing in Christianity, where you're supposed to forgive people. So true Christians forgive. It's okay. This guy did a horrible thing. My wife cheated on me. Okay. But I'm responsible for her because I'm a husband and I forgive her. That would be the Christian take on it. And above that is no justification needed because it's the truth. For example, let's say you say, do you like movies? No. Why not? I just don't like them. See, it's the truth. You're just telling the person the truth. So I eat fruit because it's helpful. It's the truth. So that's where you want to be. You want to live a life of truth. You are at a level of cause over things. Everything around you is the truth. See, you know, brushing your teeth is a good thing. You do it every day. With the toothpaste, the way the dentist showed you, it helps your teeth. It's good. You don't have to give reasons for it. See, you don't need logic. It's just the truth. That's where you want to be. You want to be at level 1 of the scale. Most people are not there. Sometimes you'll find people who are at that for certain things and not others. I've known a lot of Christians, including clergy, who were not at that level. They just were not causative enough to be like that and live with the truth. Now, I'm not criticizing them. They were where they were on this scale. Now, if you find where you are on the scale, as with all scales, you can move yourself up, and then you're in a better state. Because believe me, the higher you get on the scale, the better you feel. People who are at the bottom are in a bad way, and they feel it. They have depression and anxiety and all kinds of other bad things. And the people who are out or near the top have a very light, easy way of living. Next scale. Are we having a technical problem? There it is, scale of belief. Okay. This is interesting because think of it this way. Every bad thing that has ever happened in the human race is because of belief. Guy murders his wife. He has the belief that she deserved to be murdered. Okay. A guy blows up a synagogue. He has the belief that Jews are bad. A guy, or in the South, they used to lynch blacks. Blacks are bad. So it's a belief. So, and you see this, like the cop stops the guy, and because he's speeding, why are you speeding? And the guy says, I'm a good driver. Nothing's going to happen to me. See, that's a belief. I'm not saying that he may not be a good driver, but he's giving a belief to the policeman. So this is a delicate subject. But what is belief about? It's about trust and control. When you believe somebody, it means you trust them and you have control with them both ways. In other words, it's a two-way thing. So two people are in love. They trust one another and they control one another. The wife says, pass me the bread. The husband gives it to her. She's controlling him. I'm not saying domination, but it is control. Now, at the other end, there's no trust or control. So you have two people who hate one another. There's no trust and there's no control. The guy gives up on his wife. He wants a divorce. He can't control her. He doesn't trust her. He wants her out of his life. No trust or control. So obviously he doesn't believe in her. He's in a state of disbelief. And you see this all the time in divorce court and family court. There's a complete disbelief. And you can see this in people in general. Sometimes, there are all these videos now, thousands and thousands of videos of traffic stops because the cops have cameras on them. Cop pulls the person over and, he says, you're under arrest. Driver says, no, I'm not. That person is in a state of disbelief. That's dopey. She has no faith in the police. She's going to find out that she is under arrest. But I'm very often shocked at these people who they just are in disbelief. Until you know some of these people, it's hard to wrap your wits around them. There are people who are in a state of disbelief, and facts are utterly irrelevant to them. Irrelevant. You cannot pierce their disbelief. So that's a person at level 7. Now, Up from that is cynicism. Cynicism, this is not the strict definition of cynicism, but when a person has very little faith, he says he's cynical. Do you give money to any political party? No, I have very little faith in them. See, he's cynical. Up from that is skepticism. Skepticism means little faith. So the guy says, if you take this supplement, you will lose weight. The guy is skeptical, see? All right, well, I have little faith in this. It might be enough faith to try it, and it might not. But it's not as bad as cynicism. Up from that is neutrality. And that's where everybody enters the scale. Everyone enters the scale in whatever frame of reference we're discussing at level 4. He comes into it impartial. And his belief either goes up or goes down. So if we go up to level 3 is ingenuousness. An ingenuous person has faith. He has much faith. So you see this, the con man takes advantage of people like this. A person, he's a very nice person from a nice family who comes from the country. And he's ingenuous. And the guy says, I own the Brooklyn Bridge. Would you like me to sell it to you? I only want $1,000. I really need the money. The guy says, really? You own the Brooklyn Bridge? Okay, I'll take it. Here's the 1,000. That's ingenuousness. That person has much faith. Now, having much faith in a con man costs you a lot of money, doesn't it? But if you have much faith in somebody who deserves the faith, that's a different thing, isn't it? Up from that is confidence. Confidence is great faith. Guy says, aren't you worried that while your wife is on vacation, she's going to fool around with some guy? Guy says, no, I'm confident. I have great faith in her. And then above that, you have belief. Belief is complete faith. So this is like the person who believes he's going to die and go to heaven. Doesn't matter what you say to him. That's his belief. Now, as I make the point in the book, it might be smart to stay at level 4. Level 4 is a safe place to be because you neither believe nor disbelieve. Because if you're at level 4 and a con man comes and says, your car is run down, I'll give you $500 for it. They say, really? Oh, I can only get $500? Okay, I'll take. See, if you're at neutrality, you're not going to fall for that. You're going to just take a neutral view of it. Well, I don't know if this is true or not. See, it's neutral. So that's where you want a judge to be. A good judge is neutral. He doesn't believe and he doesn't disbelieve. What he does is look at the evidence, look at the facts, and look at the law. That is what's supposed to happen in a court. And there are many judges, in case you haven't noticed, who are not neutral. They have beliefs. Beliefs like, this guy is bad and he belongs in prison. And so he's going to favor the district attorney. So that's not what you want in an arbiter or a judge. You want him to be neutral. Next scale. Equanimity. Many people say, what does that mean? It means literally even-minded. A person who's equanimitous the colloquialism is level-headed. He's level-headed. He's not easily disturbed. He can maintain his equanimity. So the primary reason that people get in trouble is because of a lack of equanimity. Right? So you're in a bar, and the guy said, I heard you voted for Trump. The guy says, yeah. He says, yeah, well, you're an idiot. And they have a fist fight. Both of those guys lack equanimity. If the Trump voter had equanimity, he would say, okay, you're entitled to your opinion. Would you like a beer? See, so equanimity is really important. Now, if you look at this scale, it looks like a scale of maturity. But what we call maturity is actually equanimity. So if you have a toddler okay? And he's already eaten two cookies, and you don't want him to have any more. You take the cookies away, he cries. Okay? That's expected from a toddler. Okay, it's immature. In fact, it's bratty. You might even call it infantile. But you see, as you appear more mature as you become more equanimitous. Originally, I thought I had a scale of maturity here, but as I researched it further, I realized this is equanimity. Now, what is equanimity? Equanimity is complete self-control, security, and emotional stability. That is what it is. At the bottom, where you have no equanimity, is no self-control, no security, and no emotional stability. So these three things all come and go together. They go up together and then they go down together. A person who has no self-control is not secure and is not emotionally stable. So let's go through these. Infantileness. An infant is disoriented. You ever watch an infant? They can't focus their eyes. They can't make their eyes and their hands work together. But you can also see this if a person is really drunk and or on drugs. A person is disoriented. He doesn't know what the hell is going on. You know, if a guy is really drunk, you say to him, "Where do you live?" He doesn't know. He's too disoriented. So that is a severe lack of equanimity. But we expect this from an infant, don't we? Because that's how they are. Now, up from infantile is bratty, or you might call it spoiledness. When we talk about a spoiled child, he's bratty. I want my cookie. Okay? So we expect that from a 3-year-old. The mother has to say, "No, I'm sorry. You had enough cookies. We're going to have lunch later on." See? And he cries, and she realizes, okay. But he grows out of it. He becomes a child. So now instead of being bratty, he's immature. He says, "Can I have another cookie?" She says, "No, we're going to have lunch soon." He says, "Okay." See? It's immature in the sense that that's what a child would do. Up from that, we have adolescence. Well, what is adolescence? Adolescence is rebelliousness. That's what you get from adolescence. You get rebelliousness. They want to do it because they're not supposed to do it. Why are you smoking? Well, because my parents don't want me to smoke. Or whatever it is. Fill in the blank. So there are people who stay rebellious for the rest of their lives. Guy's 40 years old. He's still getting drunk and getting into fistfights. That's what you expect from a 15-year-old. Then you get to adultness. Adultness is grown-upness. This is a grown-up. This person acts like an adult. This person has enough equanimity to behave the way we expect an adult to behave. Okay, so he goes before the court, and the judge says something. He says, "Okay, thank you, Your Honor." See, he doesn't act rebellious. Sometimes people in court will be rebellious, and the judge throws the book at them because they're acting like adolescents. And adolescents are in juvenile court. Then you go up to maturity. Maturity is completeness. That is literally what the word mature means, complete. So you have a mature apple. We're ready to eat this apple. If you watch any tomato or cucumber, it goes through this stage. Eventually it matures, and then you pick it. And then you can eat it. It's complete. It's a complete apple. It's not going to, from here on in, it's not going to get any better. And then above that, you have wisdom, which is calmness. And this is why you see all over the world for 6,000 years, you have the person who's in charge is the person with wisdom. You know, it's not the person who's good looking. It's not the person who's funny. In a sane society, you have somebody with wisdom. For example, George Washington was unanimously voted president for the first time he ran and the second time he ran. He obviously was a person of great wisdom. If you study the man, his wisdom is indisputable. I'm not saying he was as smart as Einstein. That's a different thing. But he was very calm. John Adams said of Washington, Washington has the gift of silence. Well, that's calmness, isn't it? So when he was the head of the Constitutional Convention, there was a lot of discord, arguing, tumult. Washington was calm through the whole thing. That's why he was in charge. He didn't lose his equanimity. So that's equanimity. And of course, the most obvious example is Jesus of Nazareth on the cross saying, Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do. So he did not even lose his calmness while he was being tortured to death, which is complete self-control, security, and emotional stability. Next scale. Scale of attack. Now, a lot of people are going to look at this and say, what the hell are you talking about? What's this scale of attack? This is extremely important, because people just don't know what it is. If you lack the ability to attack, you are, by definition, an insecure person. I was a serious athlete in my youth. Football player, boxer, baseball player. So I had this big muscular physique. People, complete strangers would walk up to me and say, wow. And also being a boxer, I knocked out people with a single punch, which is what any good boxer can do. So I wasn't afraid of going anywhere. I went in all kinds of bad neighborhoods and around tough people. Nobody ever bothered me. So, in other words, I was willing to attack. If I had to attack, I attacked. Now, a person who is unwilling to attack is a coward. Well, look at this on the right, behavior. The behavior of somebody at level 1 and 2 is courageous behavior. Not too many of those people around. People at level 2, 3, and 4 are cowardly. That is the way most people are cowardly. And the people at the bottom are beyond cowardly. They're suicidal. So let's go through this. This is a linear scale. You don't have to worry about confusing 1 and 7. It's quantum, meaning there's nothing in between the two. Either you're at 1 or you're at 2. And it's specific. So you could have different levels of attack on different contexts. For example, you could have a guy who is a boxer. When he's in that ring, he's willing to attack. You take him out of that ring and put him in some other context like a social situation, and he could be very cowardly. Oh man, you think I should ask her to dance with me? See? He's cowardly. Different context. So, for example, sometimes you'll see a guy, a big, strong, tough guy, is terrified of his wife or his mother. Not that unusual, even though physically they're not peers. So, people at level 1 or 2 are sane people. You know why they're sane? Because they're courageous. People at level 3, 4, and 5 are neurotic. Why they're neurotic? Because they're cowardly. Because when you are a coward, you are going to be neurotic. And people at 6 and 7 are psychotic. These are people, whether or not they're in an insane asylum, they're psychotic. A person at level 7 must not be attacked. That is what hysteria is. Hysteria is must not be attacked. Oh, what will we do? They might attack us. We must not be attacked. That's psychotic. 6 is must be attacked. That's masochism. This person is crazy, but not that crazy. But realize that it's still a form of suicide, masochism. It's just sort of a low-grade suicide. Then you cross over into the range of cowardly, which is where most people are, cannot attack. A fearful person cannot attack. So this is the guy, I've known some people like it. I know a guy, big, strong, healthy guy, athlete, never had a fist fight in his whole life. Okay? Cannot attack. He's a cowardly person. Now, being cowardly doesn't stop him from doing push-ups and sit-ups and lifting weights and running laps and swimming, and, but it's a neurosis. Because little kids get into fights, especially boys. So it's cannot attack is a type of neuroses. 4 is must attack. Must attack is belligerence. This is what you get from the Nazis or the fascists. We must attack. Okay? Now, they might not seem cowardly, but they are. They're cowardly people. The people who are not cowardly, who really have courage, they don't want to attack people. They're live and let live people. At level 3, unwilling to attack, that's a pacifist. Now, that's a lot saner than belligerent, isn't it? Guy who says, no, we're unwilling to attack. So, but it's still cowardly because let's say you get a rattlesnake in your house. You're going to just let him bite your baby and kill it? You could go to prison for that. If you have a gun, you shoot it, or you hit it with a club or something. Okay? So unwilling to attack is a cowardly thing, and it's neurotic. You have to be willing to attack. There are people who they get a spider in the house, and they insist on capturing it and setting it free, which is not an easy thing to do. Most people just swat it, get rid of it, because they're willing to attack. There is trillions and trillions of spiders all over the place, and it doesn't hurt anyone to kill that one spider. So that's willing to attack. So I've had a few girlfriends like that who, they got a creature in the house. Oh, no, don't hurt it, don't hurt it. They don't want to attack. So they would call me to do it, and I would do it. A girlfriend of mine got a mouse in her house. She said, would you please take care of it for me? I can't attack it. Oh, I don't want to hurt. Okay, killed it, got rid of it. So that's willing to attack, level 2. So there's a certain type of person who he's not going to let a bully push him around. He's going to stand up to him. And that takes courage. And you have to be pretty sane to do that. Now at the top is no need to attack. That's what objectivity is. So you just look at what's there. You're objective, and so you have no need to attack. So you could think of, this may not be literally true, but you could think of Switzerland. Switzerland has been known for centuries as a neutral nation. They have no need to attack. They're objective. Well, we have the Germans here, we have the Americans there. So in an odd way, you could think of them as just being objective. They have no need to attack. And even in World War II, there were citizens who thought the Nazis who were north of us and the fascists who were south of us are bad people, but we're not getting mixed up in this. So that's what this is about. Next scale. Scale of conflict. Well, everybody has conflict, so this really helps you to manage conflict and handle conflict and know what you're doing, because I have personally seen many people and organizations collapse because they didn't have this scale. This is a spiral scale. Level 1 is no conflict, and level 7 is also no conflict. But at level 7, it's no conflict is possible. This is the person who's so far down there, he can't have a conflict. He's below conflict. You might not have ever have seen that, but they're there. And at the top is no need for conflict. This is a person who has peace, a peaceful person like Jesus, okay? There's no need for conflict. So this is a spiral scale. You have to watch out not to mistake 1 for 7. It's a spiral scale. It's also a gradual scale, meaning there are gradations in between here, an infinitude of gradations. You'll find a person is at 4, he's making progress. he's moving toward 3, he's moving toward 3, he eventually gets to 3. Gradual scale. Specific. It has a context. So the conflict regarding your wife is one thing, conflict regarding a business competitor is another thing, your political conflict is another thing. It can be all completely different levels. But you need to know what level you're at in order to know how to deal with it. Now, again, as is true in many of these skills, it's about responsibility. When you are at level 1, you are completely responsible and you are at cause. And when you are at level 7, no responsibility, you are at effect. So what does it mean to be at effect? It means you assume no responsibility. And what does it mean to be at cause? It means you assume complete responsibility. So let's say you have a guy who's really healthy, okay? It would be irresponsible for him to drink alcohol, so he doesn't do it, even on New Year's Eve. Or you have a person at the bottom who's a drug addict, okay? So he just denies that he's killing himself with drugs, says there's no conflict. There's a certain type of guy who'll say, I'm not an alcoholic. I drink a quart of scotch, I fall down, go unconscious. It's no problem. See, he's taking no responsibility for any of that. He's at effect. And as you go up the scale, you are less at effect and more at cause. So, going from 7 to 6, a person at 6 is defeated. So this person is not in denial. He knows he's been defeated. Okay, that is the level of conflict. So this is like the Japanese, after we dropped atomic bombs on them in 1945, they showed up on the battleship Missouri to sign unconditional surrender. They were defeated. They had been dominated. Okay? They weren't so at effect that they were in denial about it. That would have been much worse because there would have been more atomic bombs. Then you go up to level 5, losing. A person at 5 is losing, which is another way of saying he's struggling. So when the Japanese were fighting us between 1942 and 1945, they were losing because the Japanese really lost the war at the Battle of Midway, which was in 1942, where we wiped up their aircraft carriers. So they were struggling, eventually went down to 6. If you keep struggling long enough, eventually you'll be defeated. So a person who's losing is struggling. And you need to know that. If you're struggling, it means you're losing. Don't be fooled by statistics or by pleasant rhetoric. If you're losing, you need to know you're losing, because then you can do something about it. Then you get up to 4, stalemate. Stalemate is an equilibrium. In nature, equilibrium is extremely rare and inconsistent in the sense that it is not long-lived. Nature abhors equilibrium. So you're always seeing things go up and down. If you study science or engineering, you'll see you don't have straight lines. You have dots. And the computer will tell you, or if you're smart enough, you can plot your own straight line from those dots. Okay? So there's an equilibrium, but there's always give and take. Just like if you're playing the stock market, if you're going to get an ulcer because the market went down, you have no business playing the stock market. It goes up, it goes down, it goes up. Individual stocks go up. You have to understand that. There really is, you have an equilibrium. It went up $2, now today it went back down $2. Then the next day it went, but it's a stalemate. So you have to look at the big picture to see it's a stalemate. Then above that, you have winning. You have a conflict, but you're winning. You're having success. When you're winning, you need to know you're winning. Some people don't. There's a time to shut up. I've been in court many times because if people cheat me out of something, I sue them because that's what you're supposed to do. So I'll be winning and I'll just realize, okay, I see how this is going. I was aware that I was winning. I was in a hearing once, and the other side tried to sanction me, and this was a spurious filing. Okay, It had no legitimate basis. So I was in there prepared to argue it. So the judge comes out having read the papers, and the judge is now arguing with the other attorney. I'm just sitting there. So the judge, at some point, the other attorney said something that was patently false, and I said, objection. And the judge turned to me and said, I don't need your help. And I just shut up. I did not say another word. I just let him eviscerate this attorney, deny his motion. See, because I saw I was going, I don't need your help. I'm winning. I don't need to say anything. So very often people will wrest defeat from the jaws of victory because they don't know they're winning. So that's an important thing. Act 2 is victorious. You are dominant. This is the position the United States was in 1945. They were victorious and dominant. Now, you could say, well, the English were victorious. Yeah, but they were wiped out by the Germans. They were never the same. They lost their empire. Okay, they were in crushing debt. England has never been the same since World War II, in case you didn't notice. The United States, nothing happened to the United States. We lost some troops. That happens in war. Not that many. We lost about 250,000 dead. Okay, well, that's a lot of people. Not compared to the Russians. They lost 20 million. So we were victorious, okay? So when you're victorious, you need to know you're victorious and you're in this position of dominance. You're at a high level of responsibility. So what do the Americans do? They put in the Marshall Plan, which helped our allies to recover. We helped the Japanese and the Germans and the Italians to recover. That's assuming responsibility. That's what a victorious person does. It's magnanimity. When you are victorious, that is the time to be magnanimous. And at one, no need for conflict. That's a peaceful person. He's not going to get into it. He doesn't want a conflict. There is no need for conflict. You know, if you're really objective and you really know what's going on, you can live a peaceful life. You just don't get into it. Now, if you have an innocent person around you who needs to be rescued, that's kind of a different thing. You're interceding on their behalf. But smart people succeed largely because they don't have a need for conflict. They don't want to have conflict. You know, even in the mafia, in the old-time mafia, they were loath to kill anyone because they said it's not good for business. It's expensive. They don't want to have conflict. They want to just keep making money from gambling and prostitution and whatever else they were doing, smuggling cigarettes. You know. They didn't want to have conflict. And the old-time mafia, like Carlo Gambino, who died in 1976, that's how he ran things. We don't want conflict. If they got a guy in the mafia who was a source of conflict, he disappeared because that's not what they wanted. Next, the scale of reaction. This is more important than you can imagine. Almost everything bad that happens to anyone is because he reacts. I practice Wu Wei, which is a Chinese ancient tradition, which means literally no action. Although I teach it to people as no reaction. People get in trouble because they react. And you see this all the time. People who get shot because they reacted. You would be amazed how little trouble you will get into if you don't react. Let people say what they want. Let them do what they want. Unless they're breaking a law, just let it go. So, this scale starts at level 1 and goes down. So the first thing that happens is you get irritated, right? Somebody does something that's irritating to you. Meaning it bothers you. You're affected, but just a little bit. Now, if you're smart and you say, I'm not going to let this bother me, and you just slough it off. And then you're off the scale. You're not reacting. If you do let it bother you, you go down to 2 and you start protesting. Wait a minute now, you promised this and this and this and this, and you're critical, aren't you? You're critical. You're protesting. You promised this, and I want, I want to talk to the manager, right? You're at level 2. It's affecting you. Sometimes I have people screw me. I say, the hell with it. I don't even bother with it. It has to be something big or significant for me to mess with it. Because you're already dealing with stupid people. They wouldn't be cheating you in the first place. Because it's not smart. It's not good business. Then you go down to level 3 worry. What does that mean? You're worried about this. Okay, so my insurance company didn't pay me all the money, so I don't know what I'm going to do. Should I get a lawyer? You see, you're anxious. It's affecting you. It's affecting you psychologically. Your wife says, gee, you look terrible today. What's my? Well, I'm worrying about the insurance company not paying us, for wrecking our car. Now, if this continues, the next thing you do is you rationalize it, which means you justify it. You come up with some rationalization. So this thing that you're worried about, you rationalize it, meaning you make yourself right. You justify it. They had no business doing this to us. Okay? That's justifying. You're more affected there than you are at worrying. You're not just worrying about it. You're rationalizing it. Now, if that continues down this path, then you get upset. Okay, so then you lose your temper because you're shocked. How dare you? See, you get upset. You're really affected now, aren't you? Now, if this goes on, you go into a state of shock. Like you have the wife comes home, the husband is dead on the floor. She goes into a state of shock. The police come over, they try to talk to her. She can't talk. She's in a state of shock, right? So one smart cop says, look, she's in a state of shock. Let's leave her alone. We'll talk to her later. See? She's stunned. Now, I'm aware that the word shock occurs at both level 5 and level 6. And that is a failing of the English language. I could not find a synonym. But upset, think about this. When you're upset, you're not so much experiencing shock. You're mad. But it is a shock to you. If it weren't a shock, you wouldn't be upset. Now, when you get down to 6, now you're shocked. You're stunned. The wife dies. The husband is shocked. He's stunned. He can't speak. Okay? That's level 6. He's really affected by this. And then you go down to level 7 and you have acting out. He starts drinking. That's a dramatization. He's acting out. Oh, I'm so sad. My wife died and I'm going to drink. Okay. So he just right down to the bottom. So now he's really affected now. He's so affected he can't go to work. He's so affected he can't be a friend anymore. He's acting out. So when you see people acting out in these crazy things that they do, they're at level 7. Very often you see somebody get stopped by a policeman. It could have been simply a ticket. Here's your ticket. You pay the ticket and that's it. But they wind up resisting arrest, fleeing the police. They're acting out. So now you're really in trouble. You go to jail for that. So this is really important to know, because if you catch yourself at one of these levels, you do want to stop it right there. Oh, I'm worrying about this. Okay, I'm not going to worry about it. See, you say, then you would go back to protest. Well, they were wrong not to pay us. See, that's a protest. But you're not worrying about it. And even better than that is to be irritated, but to not protest. You don't say anything about it. You're not fighting back against it. You're just bothered by it. And the best thing is to meditate, and then you're not bothered by it at all. You don't give a damn. The facts don't change, but you're not reacting. And people wreck their lives by reacting. 99% of the problem, I helped people for 40 years. And what I saw in every case was reaction. Okay? She cheated on me, so I punched the guy in the nose. Then they arrested. See, it's all reaction. So that's how you get in trouble. Don't react. Stay off the scale. Don't let things irritate you. Next. Okay, group scales. So now we're talking about groups of people rather than individual people. Next slide, please. The scale of relationships. In order to have a relationship, you must have a group. Relationship to what? Even if it's only two people, it's a group. So a relationship is a group. Now, this is a spiral scale, meaning it's very easy to confuse level 1 and level 7. A person who's obsessed is fixating on somebody could look like somebody who's in unity, which is duplication. Sometimes you have people who love one another so much, they are united. They're telepathic. They don't need to talk. You just look at the person's eyes, they duplicate it. That's it. That's a great relationship. And you could make the mistake of seeing that unity and mistaking it for obsession, which is a fixation. And sometimes you'll see people make that mistake. They'll say, oh, this guy is fixated on this woman. No, he isn't. He loves her. That's not a fixation. He's duplicating her. She says, I would like roses. He gives her roses. You know why? He's duplicating her. He's not saying, no roses. So, gradual. There's an infinitude of points between every level, and it's a general scale, meaning for the relationship, there's one finding, that's it. Now, you could have a different relationship, and there's another finding, but that's not generally how people think about it. This is not context-driven. So, every relationship is somewhere on the scale, which is related to the fact that every human being is at some level on every scale. There are no exceptions. The question is not, is the guy on the scale? The question is, where is he on the scale? Now, what are we measuring here? We're measuring distance and understanding. Okay, in order to have duplication, you have to have zero distance. At the bottom is infinite distance, no understanding. When there's no understanding, there's infinite distance. Like if there's somebody that you don't understand at all, like let's say a mass murderer, you don't understand it. Boy, is that distance, I don't want to have anything to do with Charles Manson, right? I'm infinitely distant from him. So at the top, we have unity, which is the best relationship possible. You're so close that there's almost zero distance. Now notice that the zero distance is above 1 and infinite distance is below 7 because again, absolutes are unattainable. So when you understand somebody completely, you have zero distance, which tells you that there's nearly always something that you don't understand. Like talk to the average married person. Talk to the wife. Do you understand why your husband does this? No, I have no idea why he does that, but I still love him. So, they're at level 2. So, again, level 4 is the dividing line between sane and insane. Level 4 is association. It's neutral. That's where you start out. When you first find a person, you're neutral. You associate. Right? So you go to a cocktail party. There's some girl there you never met before. And your friend says, this is Eloise. Oh, pleased to meet you, Eloise. See? That's association. You're neutral. Now, if you go up, it's sane. And if you go down, it's insane. So the most insane you can get is obsession. This guy is obsessed with whatever the thing is. So this is a relationship, but it's a sick relationship. A stalker is usually at this level. Now, we always think of men as being stalkers and women being stalked, but it can go the other way too. Sometimes there are women who are stalkers, although it's fewer. It's a fixation. You're fixated on this person. You're obsessed with it. And that's crazy. There's no affinity there. There's no understanding. You're like, you have no idea what's going on. You're out to lunch on this. Then you go up to 6, enmity, which means hatred. Now, this is real to people. Okay, there's a lot of distance between us. You don't understand them. You know, like if there's somebody you hate, you don't understand that person. If you understood him, you wouldn't hate him. Which tells you how to get out of this rat trap. By understanding, you move yourself up the scale. So an enlightened person says, I can understand why he would do that, or I can understand why they would think that. Understanding, so he has some closeness to it. You see, even if he doesn't vote for the guy, he says, well, okay, I can see why he would take that position. So that's like 5, disassociation. So when you have something you dislike, you disassociate from it, right? This guy gets drunk every time I invite him. I'm not inviting him anymore. You dislike it. You disassociate from him, whatever it is. Or this woman is narcissistic, so I'm disassociating from her. I don't like her. Okay, then you come up to association, which is neutral. You go to the bank, you cash a check. It's just association. It's neutral. It's a relationship, but it is a neutral relationship. Up from that, you have friendship, where you like the person. Okay? And people who are smart make friends with as many people as possible, because you can never have too many friends. So you like the person. It doesn't mean the person is perfect. It just means you're friends. And all that means is you like them, which means you have enough understanding to have a sane relationship. Above that, you get into harmony, which is what most people call love. Yes, Joe and I are in love. They're in harmony. You can see this if you watch them. They're in harmony. So that is real to most people. Now, if you go above that into unity, you really get into a spiritual state. This is what you have between angels, where they duplicate one another. There are, very few people who ever get to level 1. There are some very, very enlightened spiritual people who they have such empathy. They understand people so well. And like a very good therapist is usually like this. He really understands people. And so because he understands them, it's easy for him to like them. So they have a good relationship. Next. The scale of life spheres. You're probably saying, what the hell is this? Okay, so I'm going to have to explain something mathematical. Let's say you have concentric spheres. Like you have a beach ball. Inside the beach ball is a basketball. Inside the basketball is a volleyball. Inside the volleyball is a softball, then a baseball, then a golf ball, right? Concentric spheres. Okay, now, each of those spheres has a diameter, right? It has some diameter. When you get to level 6, the diameter is 0. So this is about how much space you have. A person who is at level 7 is nihilistic. He doesn't believe in anything. He's introverted. This is the introversion sphere. He's in a sphere where he doesn't even embrace himself. Okay, not too many people at this level. These are really crazy people. Many of these people are either suicidal or they're in an insane asylum. They do not even embrace themselves. This person's challenge would be to succeed as an individual. This person cannot succeed as an individual because he doesn't even embrace himself. Up from that is something that most people understand, which the individual sphere. This person will be said to be egocentric. He cares about himself. He only cares about himself. okay? His challenge would be to succeed in personal relationships. He can't succeed in personal relationships because he's egocentric. So very often you'll see a girl meets a guy and she says, I don't want to go out with this guy. He's egocentric. There's no room for me in there. Then they go up to level 5, the interpersonal sphere. Okay, so this is what we call family-centric. So this person is close to mom, to dad, to the wife, to the siblings, okay? Only close to persons that he is close to. In other words, he can embrace a limited number of people. Now, sometimes you have just a couple, okay, that embrace one another, okay? These people cannot succeed in a team because succeeding with a team involves embracing all kinds of people, okay? So a person at level 5 is in the interpersonal sphere. He can have family, but everything else is out. Whatever he calls family, remember, different people, you can have a couple, they've never been married, they have no kids, but they're living together. That is their family. Up from that is level 4, the team sphere. So this is what you see in sports, in the military, and so forth. Group-centric, okay? Now, this person, the person at level 4, can only embrace team members, which is why you often would see, you go to a bar, there's a half a dozen sailors, whoops, thank you, and there's a half a dozen army guys, and they have a fist fight. And people who don't understand the military will say, I don't get this. They're both sworn to defend the same Constitution. They're both fighting for the United States. Why would these two groups have fights? Because the Navy guys are Navy guys, and the Army guys are Army guys. Just like in sports. You know, if you have ever been part of a team, like a football team, there is a culture there. It's group-centric. You develop affinity. You might not necessarily like every person, but you love the team. And so you can succeed as a team if you're team-centric or group-centric, but you can't succeed as a culture. That is beyond you. So we come up to 3, the cultural sphere, what I call ethnocentric. So these are people who are avid members of a particular culture. Like there are many Jewish people who love Jewish people, and everybody who's not Jewish is a little outside. Or Native Americans. There are many Native Americans who, oh, you're not Native American? Oh, the white guy, he's out. So there are all kinds of cultures where you have a cultural sphere and you embrace everybody in that culture. You know, like a Jewish guy brings a girl home. The grandmother says, is she a Jewish girl? He says, yes. Ah, she embraces her. And I can tell you an actual story. I have a friend who's Jewish, good friend of mine, and another friend of mine who's Italian. So the Jewish guy brought the Italian guy to his house. I don't know, for whatever reason. And the grandmother was there. So the Jewish guy says, this is my friend, and he's Italian. No, I'm sorry, I said it wrong. This is my friend Johnny. And the grandmother said, is he Jewish? And the Jewish guy said, no, he's Italian. And the grandmother said, well, everybody's got to live. So, you know, she would have embraced him if he was Jewish. And it's not just Jews, it's Irish and Russians and everybody else. It's cultural sphere. So these people will embrace the culture, but they cannot embrace all of humanity. It's the Irish against everybody else, or the Italians against everybody else, or whatever culture you adhere to. And then you get up to the human sphere, anthropocentric. This is a person who can embrace humans, but does not embrace anything that's not human. So this is the person who loves people, but he goes hunting and shoots deer or quail or pheasant, okay? He's not embracing the animals. He's only embracing humans. His challenge would be to succeed as all life. He's not there yet. And then you have people who are life-centric. If it's alive, they include you. They see flowers, they're not going to step on the flowers because they're life forms and they want to succeed as that life form. You see, when you are rooting for a team or rooting for a person, you are helping it to succeed. So, for example, if I'm walking and I see an ant, I'm not going to step on it. I go around it. Why would I want to hurt that ant? It's a living thing. He's got his own little life. You ever watch ants? They're very industrious. They know what they're doing. And they obviously have their own little culture. So that's what the scale is about. And the point about the sphere is when you're at the bottom, you are either a point or you may even go into negative space, which is what irrational numbers measure. But as you advance, you have more and more space and you embrace more. This is what happens in meditation and in therapy. You expand, you include more things. So you'll have some guy, he doesn't care about animals. He doesn't care what happens to them, or plants. He doesn't care. Doesn't care about the environment. And then he gets therapy and he expands. Oh, yeah, the trees are alive. Yeah, we should look out for them. So that's the scale of life spheres. Next. Okay, the scale of government. This is a doozy. This is distinctly revolutionary, and I'll tell you why. If you get involved in discussions of government, you're going to hear people always talking about the left and the right, the left and the right. All right? Newsflash, there is no left or right. They don't exist. They are arbitrary delusions. There is no left or right. It's not left or right. It's up or down. You want a government that helps the people to lift up. You don't want a government that brings the people down. It's not about left or right. And people who know a lot about this have some sense of this. In case you haven't noticed, recently, in many countries now, there's people are saying, well, it's not really about liberal or conservative. It's not really about Republican or Democrat. It's about up or down. There are some people getting hip to this. I've known this for a long time. This is a spiral scale, meaning it's very easy to confuse level 1 and level 7. If you listen to a political rhetoric, you will hear that people who are actually libertarians call themselves anarchists, and people who are actually anarchists call themselves libertarians. They've got this confused. This is a perfect example of confusing level 1 and level 7, which is the danger of a spiral scale. A libertarian needs very little control. That's what libertarian government is about. We don't need to tell these people what drugs to take. We don't need to tell these people who they can marry. We don't need, you see, that's libertarianism. Anarchy, there's no attempt to control. It's just a lack of control, which is chaos. But the anarchist wants to tear down everything. He wants to tear down the government. It doesn't matter what level the government is at. He wants to tear it down because he's an anarchist. And a lot of the people that we see engaged in political violence are anarchists. So forget about the left and the right. That is just an illusion. It's arbitrary. I understand where it came from. It has a history. Forget about it. Use this instead. Okay? There are 7 levels of government. And the level of government is a function of trust and agreement. The more trust and agreement, the higher the level of government. The lower the trust or agreement, the lower the level of government. So when you have anarchy, there's no trust or no agreement. If there were anarchy, some guy could come here, just bash in the the sliding screen door, come in here and shoot me and take everything. That's anarchy. You can't have trust or agreement in that. So these are people, you're going back to the caves, the caveman. In the ancient time, the big, strong guy would kill somebody and take whatever he had. Take his wife, take his deer, whatever. Okay? No trust or agreement. You can't have trust or agreement unless you have some government. So the only thing not as bad as anarchy is communism. Now, in communism controls covertly. If you actually study communist systems, this is patently obvious. They say, we're for the common people. We want everybody to be even and free. And that's not what goes on at all, because the guy who's in charge has a dacha and has a limousine and has money in the bank and eats caviar and drinks champagne, while there are people out there starving to death. This happens in every communist system there has ever been. Look at what goes on in North Korea. Look how the head of that country lives. He lives a life of opulence. Well, he has people who are starving to death. That is what you get from communism. There's very little trust and very little agreement, because you're saying the government must control everything because we don't trust these people. And so there's no agreement. You either do what we say or you die. And that's what goes on in communism. Up from that is fascism. Fascism controls brutally. Fascists are brutal. Okay? They have enough trust to say, well, we can allow businesses to exist and we can allow people to have bank accounts. Just don't get in the way, because they'll have you killed. So there's a little bit of trust and a little bit of agreement, but it's not a very safe environment, is it? Up from that is socialism. Now, socialism controls antipathetically. If you've ever been around some socialist organization, there's a lot of antipathy. Go to the DMV, see how they treat you. Think they're going to be friendly? They're not. Go to any government agency that's socialistic, like you have this vast socialist government that controls all kinds of things. They're not killing people willy-nilly, okay? But it's antipathetic. Then you get to the dividing line where you go across from insane government into sane government. A democratic government is sane because it says, okay, we can trust these people to agree enough to make a workable society. Now, in a democracy, it controls indifferently. They're not antipathetic, they're indifferent. This is generally what you used to see. Like in the United States, circa 1950, the people in the government were kind of indifferent. They were not antipathetic. Up from that, you get a republic. See, this requires more trust. The founding fathers of America created a republic. They wanted the people to be able to trust their rulers to make the laws. The people don't make the laws. They elect people who make the laws. So in a true republic, the people would select somebody and they would trust him to make the laws or to run the courtroom. Pay attention to people at this level. They control cautiously. If you study the founding fathers when they were building the Constitution, were they cautious. Well, what about this? What if that happens? Then they have another whole debate. Well, we'll put this in. Okay. Well, wait a minute, what about this? They were very cautious. And the most obvious example of this is Benjamin Franklin. When he came out of the Constitutional Convention, a woman said to him, Dr. Franklin, what kind of a government are we going to have, or do we have? And he said, a republic, if you can keep it. You see, that's cautious. He had a sense that we have to be careful about this. And then at the top, you have a form of government that is really just a myth, which is libertarian. In a libertarian government, very little control is needed because everybody is trustworthy and everybody agrees. So just to make this perfectly clear, there are no governments on earth that are at level 1, 2, or 3. None. I don't care if elections take place. They have elections in Russia. Does that mean they're a democracy? No. All right, there's all kinds of places that have elections. Say, well, isn't that democracy? No, it's not. You have to have enough trust and agreement that you have a sane government. So most people look at the government and say, that's crazy. You know, like the business with Doge, people say, yeah, we're going to send $8 billion to Bhutan to put on lectures about cooking. The average person says, wait a minute, that's crazy. We don't even have that in our own country. They're right. It is crazy. So that tells you a lot about our government. It's below that line. When you have a government that's not crazy, it's above the line. So if you actually go back and look at the United States government, prior to 1960, it was a sane government. It wasn't ideal, but it was sane. Now it's crazy. And that's true for most of the governments in the world. Look at what goes on in governments all over the world, which is something I do 7 days a week. They're crazy. Okay? They're insane because they're at level 4, 5, 6, or 7. Next scale. Okay, the scale of civilization. Now, do not conflate civilization with society. We learn in anthropology that you have primitive societies, barbaric societies, and civilized societies. So you can have a society that is not civilized. So this is not about society. It's about civilization, which is another thing. This is a linear scale. It's a gradual scale. You find people and groups in between, and it's a general scale. Okay, you look at a civilization, there's a general finding, definitely not based on any context. So let's look at what we're measuring here. At the top of the scale, above level 1, is spirituality and conceptualism. And below level 7 is solidity and materialism. So as you descend the scale, you move away from spirituality and conceptualism, and you move towards solidity and materialism. So if you're at level 7, business, boy, is that solid. There's nothing spiritual about it. It's materialistic. You have some TV show, it's losing money. Hey, fire the guy. You're done. Okay? It's solid and it's materialistic. At the top of the scale, it's spiritual and it's conceptual. So when they trace Western civilization back to the Greeks, what do you find amongst the great Greek philosophers? Spirituality and conceptualism. It was very spiritual and very conceptual. Okay? Philosophy is a Greek word. It means love of wisdom. So that is level 1. So the beginning of civilization is level 1, which is reason. When you have brutality and starvation, there is no reason. There is just kill or be killed. So in order to have a civilization, the first thing that happens is philosophy appears. You have certain people who are smart enough to have a philosophical look at things, and they operate on reason. That's the beginning of a civilization. Now, that philosophy eventually will be codified into a religion. So, religion comes from the Latin verb religare, which means to bind back. So, you, by reason, develop some philosophy, and then it becomes a religion, and it becomes belief, It's not about reason anymore. It's about belief. You believe or you don't believe. You don't believe? Then, once you have religion, then you have law. Religions are full of laws, okay? This is very easy to see in the Old Testament, that they went from philosophy, the book of Genesis, down to the law. It became the law. The Jews had law, okay? Morals. Jews had a religion and it had law, which is level 3. So there was no separation between the two. It was all part of one thing because it grows out of it. And morals is just another way of saying law. So then, once you have law and morals, you have social sciences because you can start looking at these cultural aspects of it. And you can see things start to emerge that are like psychology or like sociology or whatever other social sciences come from the law. Because once you have law, you have a functioning civilization. You then get social science coming out of that. Before you have law, you can't have social science because you don't know which way is up. You don't know what's good and what's bad. They make a law. You cannot kill people. Okay, that's a law. So then we have a social science coming out of that. See? Now, once you have social science, which is what culture is about, the culture is facilitated by the law or by the morals, then you have arts. Because now you're into a place where you have a culture, and that culture is expressed in arts. We have some people who are very good at making vases. We let them make vases, okay? And so aesthetics comes into it. It's not enough, like the caveman, to have a fur coat to keep you. You want the coat to be beautiful. So you see in the ancient civilizations, whether it's the Egyptian or the Chinese or the Roman, you see art comes into it. They have an aesthetic. Barbarians do not have aesthetics. Barbarians have force. So that becomes a whole thing unto itself. Now, after you have arts, then you get crafts, because the arts sort of tell you, what do we want to do? In other words, you have this idea that women are beautiful, right? Oh, then we get the makeup industry, billion-dollar industry, right? And we get the idea that men who develop a certain way look nice. So we have the fitness industry. See? So you get crafts coming out of the arts. Until you know what's beautiful and what's not beautiful, it's hard to have any crafts. And crafts are technology. So we tend to take it for granted that these aesthetic phenomena are there, but they underpin the technology. After the aesthetics, that's when the technology proliferates. So, for example, Gutenberg with the printing press, right? At some point, they thought, oh, reading is a beautiful thing. See, you had great writers like Chaucer, for example. It's a beautiful thing. We want to read it. We want our children to read it. So now we have a printing press technology, so everybody gets to read it. And then the last thing is business. We're going to make money from this. Oh, we can print books and make money from books. See, now you have the whole publishing industry comes out of that. But it's more than this, that it's commerce in general. After technology comes commerce. So you can evaluate a civilization by seeing where it is on the scale. Look at the United States. What is it about? It's about business, commerce. It's all about money. It's very solid and it's very material. You have to go to work. You have to have a job. And if you don't do a good job that helps us make money, you get fired and then you starve. So that's where I think it was a president, Silent Cal, Calvin Coolidge, who I believe he said, the business of America is business in the 20s. So that's what the scale is about. Next. Scale of survival. Nothing I say is going to tell you how important this is. This is your survival. If you do not survive, it's because you're not following this scale. If you survive, it's because you're following this scale, whether you know it or not. And in case you haven't noticed, it's extremely common for people to do things without knowing they're doing them. I run into this all the time. You know, somebody says, "Oh, you're a very polite person." Really? I didn't realize that. Am I polite? Oh, okay. So that probably helped me to get along with people, right? So being aware that you're doing it is completely separate from doing it. So just because someone does not know the scale or does not know the terminology on the scale does not mean he's not doing it. I already told you everyone is somewhere on the scale. And 99.999% of the people on Earth don't know anything about the scale. But they're still on it, and some of them succeed. So you have somebody like Jeff Bezos, okay? Boy, is he surviving, okay? He's got one of the greatest greatest companies in human history. It just keeps getting better and bigger and making more and more money. It's taking over the world. And if you go back and study the man and find out how he did it, how he thought about it, how he got there, you can see this was not a mistake. He had some sense of the scale in some intuitive way. And that is very true for all the scales, because there are people at or near the top of these scales before this book was ever published. How do you explain that? Like Crassus was the richest man in Rome when Rome was its richest. How did he do that? He must have understood some of the things in these scales. He may not have articulated it the same way, but he had some common sense that he was able to do the steps. So this is a spiral scale. It's very easy to confuse someone at level 1 with someone at number 7. Not surviving looks a lot like no survive, no need to survive. So if you have a person who's not surviving in a context, he's not doing it. Now, then you have a person who has no need to survive in that context, is also not doing it. So the person who has never done it at all and the person who's retired from it are both not doing it. You see how easy it is to mistake this? So this is a specific scale. So it's going to depend on whatever context you're going to put it in. So how are you surviving in your family? How are you surviving in your business? How are you surviving in your church? How are you surviving in your political party? These are all separate and different things. And it's quantum. Believe me, I've been using this scale for many decades. When you change level, you feel it. So I'll be going along. I'm feeling I changed the level. It tells me the level was changed by how it feels. It feels different. And when you have a quantum scale, that is the case. In a quantum scale, and you change level, you don't have to figure it out. It tells you you're there because it's a quantum change. So you're feeling this way, you're feeling this way. Suddenly you wake up one day and you're not feeling that way at all anymore. You're feeling completely different. You jumped a level. Could be you went up, could be you went down. So it's quantum. Let's look at 7, not surviving. So let's say a guy in politics. He's not surviving in politics. He doesn't know anything about it. He doesn't follow it. He doesn't read about it. He never read a book about it. He's simply not surviving in politics. He doesn't vote, doesn't care, right? He's at level 7, not surviving, not established. There's nothing there. Now, if he moves up, he comes into a state of peril. So he says, politics. This is very confusing. Who should I vote for? In other words, when you go into level 7, you go into peril. It is well known that the most dangerous part of horseback riding is mounting the horse. In case you haven't noticed, the horse knows when you start to climb on it, we're going to go someplace, and he starts to move while you're getting up there. So you better get up there fast. And it's very easy, if you don't know what you're doing, to get thrown because you're trying to mount the horse. That's level 6, you see? And you're on your back, that's collapsing. Now, if you get past the danger involved, you get up to 5, losing ground. Losing ground is succumbing. You're not in peril, but you're succumbing. So let's look at it in terms of business, right? Every time you start a business, you're in level 6. You have no money coming in. You had to put money into it. You're putting in all this time if it's your own business. Now, after a while, you're losing ground, but you're not in peril. You're not at risk of going out of business. You're succumbing because you're operating at a loss, but you're at level 5. Now, if you keep going, you get up to 4, stability. You're breaking even. If you ever talk to a business owner, on that day, when he first breaks even, he says, we're breaking even, yippee, get out the champagne. If you've never owned a business, you don't know that. But for those of us who are entrepreneurs, it's a big thing. We've attained stability. We're not losing more money now than we're putting into it. So breaking even is level 4. And you have to realize, in nature, there's very little stability. It's an equilibrium breaking even, and an equilibria are not stable. There's an inherent instability. So what I'm telling you is, don't think you're going to get to level 4 and stay there. You have to do things. You better push yourself up to level 3 as quickly as possible. Now you're making money. You're gaining ground. You have success. We have a profit. And the reason that's important is when COVID hits, or when a hurricane hits, or when your husband gets run over by a truck, you can cope with it because you have success. If you're at 4 and you have some bad thing happen, you're wiped out. So it's stability in the sense that you're breaking even, but it's like a baseball team, a 500 baseball team, you know. They lose as many games as they win. It's not a good place to be. You want to be at 3 where you're winning more games than you're losing. That's where everybody's trying to get. What is everybody struggling for? Success. That's level 3. But realize before you get to 3, you have to go through 7, 6, 5, 4 before you get to 3. So, okay, so now you're at 3. Now, if you keep going well, you get up to 2, survival secured. So this is like the position of Jeff Bezos. His survival is secured. Elon Musk, his survival is secured. Or if you want to, since this is a group thing, you can look at it as Apple. Apple's survival is secured. Apple could withstand all kinds of terrible things and still keep going. Their survival is secured because they have a big profit. Okay, that's level 2. Now, at some point, you don't want to do this forever. The next step is to retire. No need to survive. So you see many people fail to retire and go on to something else. And that's detrimental to them. So this is the entire gamut of survival. Now, let's look at it another way. Let's say you're at level 2, survival secure, right? You got $20 million in the bank. So then the economy goes bad, there's a recession. Now you're down to 3. You're making money, but your survival is not secured anymore. So you had to cash in some of your bonds. So now you get down to level 4, you're breaking even. You're not starving, you're just breaking even. See? So the depression comes, now you're losing ground. You're losing money. People have no money to spend on restaurants, and so your restaurant is now losing money because nobody comes there. So if this continues, eventually you go into collapse. What does that mean? Bankruptcy. You can't do it anymore. You're at peril. So when the people in the business start talking about bankruptcy, they're at level 6. And if they file bankruptcy, they go out of business, they're at 7. So you remember Blockbuster. Some young people might not know about that. It was a big company about 40 years ago. They were driven into bankruptcy by Netflix. Netflix had a better paradigm. And Blockbuster was an inherent part of every normal American's life. They don't exist. They were driven down this scale. They collapsed. They declared bankruptcy. They're out of business. So when you see companies go out of business, this is what's happening. They're going down the scale. So this is vital. And I think the statistic, if I remember correctly, is like 95% of new businesses fail. You know why? They didn't go up the scale. So if I'm taking on any activity, it doesn't matter whether this business or that business, or could even be a relationship with a person. I'm looking at this. Where are we? Well, we're in peril, but now, okay, now we're losing ground, but that's better. Okay, now we're breaking even, see? So then you get a relationship to the point where it's a success. Things are getting better, see? And then when you get up to 2, survival security, you get married, you live happily ever after. So you can look at it from the top and look at it from the bottom, and either way, it's the same thing. I articulated it as going down. In other words, you're gaining ground. Well, now you're not gaining ground, but you're breaking even. Now you're not breaking even, you're losing ground. Now you're not losing ground, you're collapsing. And now you're not collapsing anymore, you're out of the business. That's the way I chose to articulate it from the top. I could have said it a different way, but either way, it's not going to work for the other paradigm. Next scale. Okay, scale of management. This is extremely valuable information. This is a spiral scale. There is an overlap between level 1 and level 7. And you will see this in businesses. Very often, businesses will diversify. And what they're doing is they have worked their way all the way through to level 7. And then they said, okay, we're marketing now. Let's diversify and go into this too. So, Amazon started out just selling books. Now they sell almost everything. I mean, I can't think of anything they don't sell. I mean, if I want to buy something, I go to Amazon. It's always there. So they just diversify. And this happens with investors all the time. They tell you, diversify. Don't have all your money in oil stocks. Don't have all your money in ETFs. Don't have all your money in bonds, whatever it is. So that's how you get to level 7, and then you go to level 1 and you diversify. So you see the strangest bedfellows in business. You have some company that's in some line, and then you find out they own this and they own this, and it's got nothing to do with the original business. And so what they did is they established a new thing. They went to level 1 again and started all over again. So this is a spiral scale. It's quantum, meaning there's a distinct difference between the two. There's nothing in between. There's no gradation. There's nothing in between the levels. It's like intergalactic space. And it's specific. We manage this business, we manage this business, we manage this organization. So you can be doing well in one business and badly in another business. Or the biggest organization the world has ever seen is the United States federal government. I mean, they manage hundreds of organizations, and some of them are doing well and some of them are not. So this can be very complicated. Now, notice the scale aligns with the scale of human ability. I talked about this earlier. When we talked about the scale of human ability, this is the scale I was talking about. So if you have somebody at one of these 7 levels, you have to put him into the right level of the organization. If you have a genius, you establish a business around him. If you have an ignoramus, you interact with him. That's all you can do. He doesn't know anything. If you have a layman, you promote him. You say, buy our cornflakes. They're the crispiest. See, he knows what cornflakes are. He might buy them. And then after sales, you get finance. Well, finance is where your amateurs come in, because your amateurs are the people who spend the most money in any area. You know, you go to Home Depot and you have professional carpenters and you have amateur carpenters, right? Thousands, millions of amateur carpenters and amateur plumbers and amateur masons go to Home Depot and spend lots of money, spend billions of dollars all the time. They're amateurs, right? There's a guy, you know, he works for Wells Fargo Bank, but on the weekend he's going to build a gazebo, right? He's an amateur. He goes and he spends all this money at Wells Fargo. It cost him $2,000 in material, see? So that's why finance is your amateur. It aligns with amateur. Go after your amateur. That's where your money's going to come from. And then when you get into production, that's the manufacturing of the thing. That's where your professional is. If a guy is a pro, give him a job. Let him produce. He'll make money for you. If a guy's an expert, don't make him produce. He will be a pain in the ass to you. Every week he'll come to you and say, you know, I have a better way of doing this. He should be in refinement, which is another way of saying correction. So the expert, you have some guy, he's been on the production line for 20 years. He knows the whole production line, okay? Your manager dies, you put him in as manager. It's a perfect fit. He's an expert. You don't need him to tighten lugs. You got 10,000 guys to do that. But you need him to say, you know, this is not being done right, Smith, do it this way. Or go to the boss and say, I have a way to save us $3 million a year. That's the expert. Now, the virtuoso, what do you do with the virtuoso? You market him. Okay, if somebody is really great at something, you market him. So you have some pianist, right? He starts out as an amateur. He gets up to being a professional. Okay, then he becomes a virtuoso. When he's a virtuoso, put him on tour. See, people will spend a lot of money to come and listen to this guy play classical piano. You're marketing him. You are exporting him to the public. So again, how this develops. When you build an organization, first you establish it, meaning you're creating it. Then once you establish it, the first thing you have to do is interact. Otherwise, nobody knows you're there. So you have to set up your telephone lines, your website, your email, right? So you can interact with people. Then once you do that, then you can promote because you have communication lines upon which to promote. You can send out emails to people saying, we're here and we offer this. That's sales, isn't it? So then when you sell, you get finance. People say, okay, I'll buy it. And they send you some money, or they swipe their card, or whatever it is. The way it is now, it's all done over the internet. Now you have money. Well, when you have money, that's accounting. You have to have a bunch of people run that. You have to have a bank account. You have to have a bookkeeper. That's all in finance. Then the next thing that happens is, now that you have money, produce. You have to produce. That's when you get into producing. Okay, we're not going to make 100 pairs of shoes. We're going to make 10,000 pairs of shoes. Manufacturing. You do that by getting these professionals in who know how to do it. Then you refine it. You got to get feedback from people. What do you like about our shoes? What don't you like? You feel a lot of people complaining, well, they wear out quickly. Fix that. Your expert will come in and say, okay, we're not going to use this grade leather. We're going to use this grade leather. See, and then they will last longer and you'll sell more. And then you market it. That's the last thing. So we've got these shoes. They've been refined. People like them. And we're exporting shoes. Now you're really in business. So that's what you get with a company like Apple. What are they doing? They did all these things and they are shipping. They have thousands of people involved in shipping out the iPhone, shipping out the iPad, shipping out whatever it is, the laptop. They're exporting it. Okay? And again, as far as thinking of it in terms of ability, when you have a virtuoso, you market him. So you see this all the time. Somebody is discovered, they say, wow, this guy is great, and they market him, and they make a fortune. And probably the best example of this is Elvis Presley. Elvis Presley was an 18-year-old kid driving a truck. And he went into a recording studio and made a record for his mother. And the guy who owned the studio said, you know, this kid can sing. And so later on, they wanted a singer for something. And they said, remember that kid with the funny name? He was good. I said, all right, get him in here. And he made his first records for that company. And people were so hysterical because of his ability that eventually his contract was bought up by, I think it was ABC, if I remember correctly. They gave him a big record contract. And they created his original record, his original long-playing record, which was called Elvis Presley, which to this day is one of the greatest records ever made by anybody. And he became the king of rock and roll, okay? So when you see somebody like that, bring him in. It's like what they did with Babe Ruth. Babe Ruth didn't know a damn thing about baseball, but he went to the school and Brother Matthias threw the ball in and he hit it over the fence. He said, let me see you do that again. And he did it, okay? Meanwhile, he had a rocket for an arm, so he became a pitcher. So as soon as he got out of high school, meaning the school he was going to, he was signed to the Baltimore Orioles, which was the local team. And he was making a living. So then the Boston Red Sox said, you know, there's this kid playing for this minor league team. He's awesome. Let's get him up here. They got him. Eventually, they traded him to the Yankees, and the rest is history. Perfect example. What do you do with somebody like that? He really was a genius. And eventually, you have the Babe Ruth League, and you have adjectives. When somebody hits the ball a long way, they say, that was a Ruthian shot. When your name becomes an adjective, you're at level 1. Next. Scale of exchange. I get a good laugh out of this. I'm an investor, and so I follow investors and the markets every day of my life. So I listen to all of these guys, and a lot of guys have PhDs, you know. And it's amusing to me how wrong they are. The most obvious example of this is Jerome Powell of the Federal Exchange, or the Federal Reserve. He's the head of the Federal Reserve. He's supposed to know what's going on. He's supposed to know when to raise interest and when to lower interest. He obviously does not. And I know for a fact that people in the finance field laugh at the Federal Reserve. Literally, I'm not exaggerating, because I listen to these experts, you know, known experts who I listen to every day. They laugh at these people because they're always late. And you see this all the time. Little something happens, everybody gets rid of their stocks. Now, what undercuts the whole thing is exchange. Economics is about exchange. This is the scale of exchange. Listen to economists. They never mention exchange. They don't even mention it. But this is what's underneath it. And it tells you how to invest. So, this is a spiral scale. It's very easy to confuse level 1 and level 7. At the top of the scale is complete trust. Complete trust, a person who's honorable, you have complete trust. If he says, loan me 100, I'll give it back to you tomorrow. Say, okay, here's 100. Next day, he gives it back to you. He's honorable. Person at the bottom, taking is by far the most prevalent form of exchange. Most exchange is taking. What do con men do? What do criminals do? They take. What does the government do? They take. They say, you will give us 40% of your income, and if you don't, we will send men with guns and badges and handcuffs and take you away. And they do. Okay? That's taking. Taking, the mode of transfer is force or deceit. There's two ways to take your money. The con man does it by deceit. The government does it by force. Now, what the government does is exactly the same thing as the mafia. The mafia shows up at the store, and they say to the grocery store owner, we will sell you protection for $100 a week. The grocery store says, protection from what? I'm doing fine. I'm making a living here. Nobody bothers me. And they say, well, somebody might throw a bomb through your glass window. And the grocery owner says, oh, I see. Okay, here's the $100. See? That's taking. That's how the mafia began. Before Prohibition, the mafia was making a living by what they call the protection racket. And then when Prohibition came in, that just made them millionaires. So taking goes on all the time. No matter what you're talking about, that is the exchange. So let's say a woman gets raped. That's taking sex, isn't it? By force or deceit. So that is the main form of exchange in human civilization, in society in general, whether it's civilized or not. Now, obviously, there's no trust there. Do you trust the government? If you do, I have a bridge for sale. It is patently obvious from the whole controversy of Doge recently in the United States that the government just throws away billions and billions of dollars. This is not a secret. It's not even a surprise. I mean, the Secretary of Defense came out some years ago and said that $2 billion was missing from the Department of Defense. Where did it go? Do you trust those people? If you do, you're an idiot. Then we come up to barter. Barter doesn't require a lot of trust. You give me a bushel of apples and I give you a dozen eggs. That's barter. It's very safe. You don't have to trust very much. This is why people own precious metals. When you own gold or silver or platinum, it's a thing. Or as is often said, gold is money and everything else is credit. It's a good way to look at it. Gold has never been worth zero, but many currencies have gone down to being worth zero. Continentals, the old saying from the original American money, not worth a continental, meaning it was not worth anything. Or Confederate money. No matter how much Confederate money you had, was worthless. So barter, you don't have that. You give me a horse and I'll give you 15 bushels of corn. Okay. Barter. Very safe. Up from that is a substitute, which is a convenient medium. Now here, you're trading something it's a medium, but it's convenient. In Japan, they use bushels of rice. There was so much rice. There was a rice economy. So a guy would come in and say, I'd like to buy this house. Say, okay, I want 1,000 bushels of rice. And that's how they would do it. So it's a kind of a barter, but then that guy would take that bushels of rice, and he would go to the clothier and say, give me a suit of clothes for the bushel of rice. Same bushel, see? So it's a convenient medium. And in the United States, it was the skin of a buck, which is an adult deer. That's why we call it the buck. He likes to make a buck, okay? Means money in the United States. It goes all the way back to colonial times. It was a convenient medium. Above that is coin, which means a standard valuable. So people, they know gold is rare. They know silver is rare. They talk about Judas betrayed Jesus for 30 pieces of silver. These weren't random pieces, like pieces of bread. They were coinage, 30 coins. So that is the next step, where you have a standard valuable. So everybody knows that you could buy a loaf of bread for a penny, okay? It's standard. Doesn't matter what baker you go to, it was a penny for a loaf of bread. Okay, that's coin, level 4. When you get to level 3 cash, now it's an abstraction. Those pieces of paper are worthless. They're not even good to write on. It's an abstraction. So a guy walks in and he says, I want that Cadillac. Guy says, it's $100,000. Gives him $100,000. So now, not too many people do that nowadays, but that used to happen all the time. Or whatever, cash, especially in the drug industry, if you want to call it an industry. A lot of money is spent on drugs, and it's all cash. They don't want to trust anything. They want the cash. No checks taken. Criminals don't take checks. Then from that, you go up to credit. Well, that's what our whole society is now, credit. It's one's record. That's all it is. When you go to Walmart and you stick that card in, that computer checks, oh, your bank has this much money. Okay, you're holding, that's so you can take it. See, they deduct it. It's just a record. And then at honor, it's not even a record. It's just your word. So that's where you want to be. You want to be in a place where you say to somebody, look, my car broke down. I need $200. Loan it to me. I'll give it back to you on payday. Guy says, okay, here's $200. Payday, you pay him back. That's where you want to be. Your word is your bond. Because at that level, you have friends, you have people who trust you. Because the day could come when you are in a big pickle and you need to borrow a lot of money. And so you can go to your friends and say, look, can you loan me $5,000? The guy says, okay, because he knows you are a man of your word or a woman of your word. So it's all about trust. This scale is a gradient of trust. And let me ask you, do you trust some stranger who you've never met with your money? If you do, you are an idiot. So there are a lot of rules. Banking laws are very strict. And banks get audited. And banks get in big trouble if they don't follow all the rules, because there has to be trust to keep the economy going. But you have people like Bernie Madoff, who stole billions of dollars from people because they trusted him. So this goes on all the time. And of course, if you try to do anything about people like that, they scream to high heaven. The criminals who are stiffing you are going to complain that you're taking away the gravy. That tells you whom you should listen to and whom you should not listen to. If you have some guy come in and say, look, this is a duplicative function, we should eliminate it and we'll save $3 million a year. Anybody who says, don't do that is your enemy, because either he's lying or he's a moron, one of the two. So this tells you a lot about whom you should listen to. So I listen to people who have made fortunes on the stock market, who have created algorithms, see? And I study what they're doing. They say, buy this. And then I cross-reference it against somebody else like that. Oh, he says buy it too. I'm buying it. Because I trust those people. Because they have proven by the fact that they went from 0 to $1 billion that they know what they're doing. That's somebody to trust. So this is all about trust. And a lot of people get in trouble. You know, the most famous story I know about this is Billy Joel. His brother-in-law stole $1 million from him. It was in the newspaper. He trusted him and he stole the money. So that goes on. You better be careful. And I'm not saying you have to know the person, but there has to be a reason to trust the person. So if you have faith in some company, okay, like I'm an Apple user, I trust the Apple people. I've been dealing with them for years and years. I talk to them all the time. They said, what's going on? This is okay. They send me a new one. You know, so there's trust there. There's a reason why they have billions and billions of dollars in the bank. So that's it on exchange. I caution you. Caveat emptor. Next. Scale of communication. This one scale, if you only use this one scale, it will change your whole life. Because when you're dealing with humans, we interact by communication. That is the whole thing. This book is called Hierarchies of Human Phenomena. It's about dealing with humans. You deal with humans through communication. And this is the scale of communication. There are 7 necessary levels to communication. Most people do not have a clue how to communicate. I see this all the time. There's very few people who actually know how to communicate. Once in a while, I'll bump into somebody who knows how to communicate. I'm shocked. That's somebody I want to be around, because they don't know this scale. First of all, people think of communication as talking. You don't really have to talk until you get to level 5. You have to go through 1, 2, 3, and 4 before you get to level 5, where you get to speak. Most people don't know that. Then they wonder why, when they ask for something, they don't get it. They didn't do 1, 2, 3, and 4. So the person is not even paying attention to them. So I explain in the chapter how to do this. Again, excuse me, plus, minus, plus, minus, plus, minus, outflow, inflow, outflow, inflow, outflow, inflow, or reach, withdraw, reach, withdraw, reach, withdraw. So communication, if you want to communicate, you have to be able to reach and withdraw. That is what communication is about. It's like dancing, you know. When you are dancing with a partner, it's about reaching and withdrawing so you don't step on anybody's foot. Okay? This is a linear scale. There's no apparent congruence between levels 1 and 7. It's quantum, meaning there's nothing between these two. Either you're doing level 2 or you're doing level 3. There's nothing in between, literally nothing in between. This is a specific scale. How you communicate with your wife, how you communicate with your son, how you communicate with your pastor, right? These can all be different levels that you're at. You might have some guy who communicates very well with his wife, but when he goes to talk for his company, he's going like Jackie Gleason in The Honeymooners. So it depends on the context. It's specific. So you start at level 1 if you do it right, and you go through to level 7 and you have success. Level 1 is presence. You have to be there. You ever talk to someone who's not there? Now, this could be someone in a coma, could be someone who's asleep, could be someone who's on drugs. But just because the body is there doesn't mean the person is present. You have to be present. Why do you have to be present? Being present is a reaching. You're saying, here I am, I'm present. See? You can see this when you look in a person's eyes. Ah, this guy is present. He's not out to lunch. Well, then what do? You withdraw and you observe. When you observe, you're inspecting, which literally you're taking in data. It's an inflow. Now, why do you have to do that? You have to do that in order to maintain your poise. Poise is an outflow. You know, in the Miss America contest, they say, we're giving this person a certain grade for poise, right? It's something you can see. You see a person say, oh, this person is poised. It's something that it's true in people in entertainment. You know, if you're not poised, it's true in politics too. A person has to have poise. You know, you're getting up there in front of Congress and you're going to deliver a speech. You have to have poise. If you can't do that, you would never have gotten into that position in the first place. Poise is composure. You have to have a composure. Maintain your composure. Why do you have to maintain your composure? Because people can see it. It's an outflow. They might not know the word, poise or composure, but they can see it. You have poise. You ever watch Elvis Presley sing? He had poise right from the very beginning. Then the next thing you do is you encourage. Encourage is withdrawing. You invite the person to communicate to you. You see, you're not laying anything on him. You still haven't opened your mouth. You encourage the person. So you smile. Right? So you go into the waiting room. There's somebody sitting there. You smile, say hello. See, that's encouragement. You better do that. Because if you don't encourage the person, when you express something, they're not going to be open to it. So after you've done 1, 2, 3, and 4, now you express, you outflow. You say, what time is the bus coming? See, that's an expression. Or you say, would you like to come over for lunch tomorrow? Whatever it is. You convey some meaning to the person. And if you had done 1, 2, and 3, 4 correctly, the person will get it. They will receive it, which is why when a person has these skills, it's fun to communicate. I mentioned bumping into somebody who has good communication skills. I know somebody who has such good communication skills. I just love to talk to this person. I don't particularly have, any reason. It's just somebody I see in business, but, it's very easy. We're into a conversation, and it's very, very, very pleasant. So this is a very valuable skill to have. Now, what happens next? Response. You have to handle the response. When you get something from somebody, you withdraw. So you have to handle the response. So if somebody says to you, I'm not feeling well, you've got to handle that. You can't just ignore it. You have to say, really? What's happening? He says, well, I feel kind of sad because my dog died. Oh, tell me about that. See? You are responding to this. And after a while, if you go for a while, he'll say, well, by the way, I come over to tell you about someone. Okay, tell me. You see, you handled it. If your wife tells you, I'm thinking of getting a divorce, you have to handle that. Right then, stop whatever else you're doing. Handle it, unless you want to get rid of her. And then the next thing is termination. You acknowledge the person. Person tells you something, you acknowledge it. Person says, I really like whole wheat bread. You say, okay. See, you just acknowledged him. That's the end of that. That's the end of that cycle. You went 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And I explain in the chapter actual examples of how you should do this in different contexts, how to use this. This is astonishingly powerful. I had many people who would come to me and say, how do you get away with these things? How do you accomplish these things? And I knew all along it was this. It was communication. I didn't usually say that. I just laugh at it, But if you can communicate with people, you will be amazed what you can get done. So this is what they talk about in a politician who is authentic. People feel he's communicating to them. They feel he's listening to them, so they listen to him, and they want to vote for the guy. Ronald Reagan was called the great communicator. That was his nickname. He did not come up with that. The press came up with that. That was his superpower. His communication skills were spectacular. And he was fantastically successful. When he ran for re-election in 1984, he won 49 states, which is something now it's incomprehensible. And the one state that he lost was the home state of his opponent, and Reagan refused to campaign in that state because he didn't want to embarrass the guy. He could have won 50 states. So that's the power of communication. So people who can communicate really well, like Elvis Presley singing. Wow, he communicated. When you put on the first cut of the first side of his first album and he sings Blue Suede Shoes, in the first 3 seconds, you're hooked. And that's exactly what happened with him. He communicated. And to this day, he's almost like a saint with a lot of people. So that's all about communication. Think about Winston Churchill, that famous speech when he said, "We will never surrender." And the English people followed him. If he hadn't been prime minister, guaranteed the English would have surrendered. Because that's what the Germans wanted. The Germans were trying to get them to surrender. The Germans did not hate the English. They respected the English. They would have given them very good terms. They would have said, you can keep your own money, you can keep the king, you can keep your army. They would have done that. That's what they wanted. But Churchill wanted to defeat them. And his communication skills were so good that he got Parliament behind him, he got the English people behind him, and they withstood one of the worst beatings a country has ever taken and won. All by communication. He was a fat little guy who was a drunk and smoked cigars. What did he have going for him? Was he smart? Yes. But he was a brilliant communicator. Go back and listen to his speeches and you'll see what I mean. Next. The scale of allegiance. Anytime a relationship deteriorates, it's always because allegiance has deteriorated. There is never an exception to this. So you have the happy couple. They're at the altar, right? They say, love, honor, and obey till death do us part. And they have a happy honeymoon, right? 10 years later, they're in divorce court and they're trying to kill one another, figuratively, right? Lying about one another in court. What happened? They went down the scale of allegiance. So this is absolutely important for any human relationship. So you have some guy who comes to your company, he winds up stealing your money. He went down the scale of allegiance. You see this all the time, where somebody works for somebody, like works in the government, and then he writes a tell-all book, which is a big betrayal. This goes on all the time. person goes down the scale of allegiance. So you want to save a relationship, find out what level each person is at on this scale and move him up one level. And then when he gets to that level, move him up to the next level. Now notice again, minus, plus, minus, plus, minus, plus, minus. Inflow, outflow, inflow, outflow, inflow, or withdraw, reach, withdraw, reach, withdraw, reach. If you don't know that, you're going to screw this up. This scale aligns with the scale of identity. I mentioned earlier when I mentioned the scale of identity, this is the plural version of the scale of identity, which is singular. So what is this about? It's about perception. Allegiance is about perception. There are very few people who know that. At the top of this scale is maximal perception. A person who is extroverted has maximal perception. That is what it means. A person at the bottom is, at 7, is oblivious, which means no perception. And in between, you have the other 5 levels. Allegiance is about perception. So, your ability to perceive can dramatically help maintaining allegiance with people. So, let's say you do something and the person seems a little irritated at you. You say, did I offend you somehow? The guy says, well, yeah, okay, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that. See, kind of fixes it a little bit. So it's about perception. So everyone starts at 1 and proceeds to 7 if he gets to the bottom. He might not necessarily get to the bottom because that's a long way down, but it always starts at 1. So in any context, the person has no need for allegiance. So you have some single guy, right? He's just a man about town dating women, or it could be a woman who's a single woman dating guys. They're extroverted. Oh, here's a nice looking girl. I'm going to talk to her. See? Extroverted. There's no need for allegiance. They're not looking to trap anybody or anything like that. There's no need for an allegiance. They're just, oh, want to have a drink? Okay, we'll have a drink. See? Extroverted. That's perception. When a person is in that state, he's paying attention, which is what maximal perception means. Now, as the thing perceives, it goes down to certain of allegiance. The guy and the girl say, you know what? Let's go steady. At that point, they're into self-sacrifice. The girl says, would you buy me a mink coat? He says, sure. 25 grand, here it is. Self-sacrifice. He could have spent that money on something else, but he's sacrificing himself because he's certain of allegiance. This is the girl for him. That's an outflow, isn't it? It might not be a mink coat. It might be a diamond ring, or it could go the other way too. So if it goes badly, then he becomes uncertain, or she becomes uncertain. Do I really want to be with this person? See? Indecision. That's an inflow. He withdraws from it. He's withdrawn. He's not out there with her now. He's withdrawn from her when he's thinking, maybe I don't want to go out with this girl, right? This goes on all the time. Now, if it keeps going down, he will go into wrong allegiance, which is enemy. He becomes an enemy. He says, we're done. I'm leaving. He breaks up with her. She is offended by this. She thinks of him as an enemy. You see? That's an outflow. Now, if he continues to deteriorate, he'll go down to lost allegiance, which is betrayal. When you betray somebody, it's because you lost allegiance. So, a guy decides he doesn't want to be with somebody and he breaks up, right? That's not really betrayal. He's just saying, look, this is not working out. I think we should go our separate ways, see? But when you betray the person, you're going out or you're married and you go behind their back and fool around with somebody else, that's betrayal. You have lost the allegiance that you once had. It's withdrawal. You're withdrawing from the person. Now, If it continues to go down, you go into a state of disorientation where the guy gets confused. You talk to this guy, and he won't know what the hell is going on. You say, so you still going out with Gertrude? I don't know. I don't know what to think about that. So, he's all mixed up. He's in chaos. Now, chaos is an outflow. You'll get blah, 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 blah from this person. And it's just trash. And he doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. It's disorientation. And if he goes below that, he goes into oblivion, which is no possible allegiance. This is the guy who stops dating, not going out with anybody, period. Don't bring it up. He's oblivious. He does not even notice women. Okay? Earlier in his life, when there was a pretty girl, he'd say, oh, she's a pretty girl, to himself. Now, doesn't even notice her. He's oblivious. He's at level 7. Obviously, that is a psychiatric state. You don't want to be there. So, again, your mental state deteriorates as you go down the scale. A person who has no perception is daffy. Did you ever try to communicate with somebody who has no perception? Let's say you're talking to somebody at level 6. He has a tiny, teeny little bit of perception, not enough to carry on a coherent relationship or a conversation. He doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. You will see this if you talk to these people. So you want to pay attention to this and use this to manage all your relationships. If somebody betrays you, they're down at level 6, that is a psychological problem for that person. Okay? You're dealing with a nut. So if the person weren't a nut, you would have heard about it earlier and you would have been able to do something about it at level 2 or level 4, which is what you want. So, you see this in marriages. The wife is a little snippy. The husband says, am I doing something wrong? See, the wife's a little uncertain of allegiance. She says, you sure are. Well, tell me about it, see? And she goes, no. Okay, I'm sorry, I won't do that anymore, see? And they live happily ever after, and they're back to level 2, which is where you are when you get married. You're at certain of allegiance. That is where they want you to be if you're in the military. They want you to be certain of allegiance to that military unit, to the platoon, to the company, to the battalion, to the regiment, to the army, etc., etc. They want you to be certain of your allegiance. And if you're not, you're in for a lot of trouble. Next scale. Okay, the scale of sexuality. So, I'm sure a lot of people are saying, you mean there's a scale of sexuality? How can that be? I've been doing this for 40 years. I never thought about this before. There is a scale of sexuality. It is a spiral scale. Number 7 is no sex, and number 1 is also no sex. So you look at the person and say, well, this person is having no sex. He could be at 1 or he could be at 7. You don't know. You have to really pay attention. The difference is at 7, there's no desire for sex. At level 1, there's no need for sex. Now you can say, well, isn't that the same thing? No. No desire for sex means he doesn't want it. No need for sex. He might actually be having sex, but he doesn't need it. He doesn't need it. See? So like if you go to a rich guy, and say, if you invest in this, you'll make $1,000. He says, I don't care, I got enough money. He doesn't need it. That doesn't mean he has no desire for money, but need and desire are 2 different things. So you could have somebody at level 1 who's having sex. And you could have, but somebody at level 7, if he's having sex at all, it's forced on him. And usually it's just none, unless there's a rape or something. Now, up from that is perversion. Well, this is the biggest subject in the world, okay? There are thousands and thousands and thousands of versions of perversion, and they all amount to the same thing. And this is a very old thing. In the United States, there's a lot more of this now than there used to be. And you can see this if you watch old TV shows or old movies. there was a lot less of this, and people just didn't tolerate it. Now they do. So up from that is cannot have sex. This is not an obvious step. If you have somebody who's in some sort of perverse sex and you put the person in some kind of therapy, he will very easily come up to cannot have sex. He stops having it. It just stops. He has moved up a level. So, see, he's still daffy on the subject because it's in the insane band. So instead of doing it in a crazy way, he just doesn't do it at all. That's what happens when you have somebody who gets successful meditation or facilitation in this area. He will go up to cannot have sex. So this is like the libertine who becomes a nun. It happens. Now, we're coming up to 4, which is the dividing line, the point of equilibrium. This is where most people are, can have sex. They can have it. Whether they're having it or not having it, they can have it. Okay? That's not sane, it's not insane, it's neutral. Now we start getting into sane, sex with devotion. Well, this is what a million songs and a million plays and a million movies have been about. Sex with devotion. All these love stories are about sex with devotion. There's some of them are comedies, some of them are dramas, but they're all about sex with devotion. And that's what really most upscale people want. You know, they want to fall in love and have it be, it's about devotion. The sex is there, but that's not the main thing. It's about devotion. Okay? So the guy is devoted to his wife. If you give her a hard time, he might just break your nose, you see, because he's devoted to her. So that's where most people want to get. Now, the next 2 level, most people don't even know about. 2 is take it or leave it. There are people who can take it or leave it. So if the guy goes to this woman and she says, yes, that's fine. And if she says no, that's fine too, because he can take it or leave it. Now, this is a lot easier to understand in other contexts. You know, it's like, would you like a Coke? Nah, I'll skip it. He can take it or leave it, see? As opposed to the alcoholic, you know, would you like a shot of whiskey? Yeah, he wants it. It's not take it or leave it, see? But that's another context. We're talking here specifically about sex. There are people who can take it or leave it. And there are people who are at 3 might not want to be with somebody who's at level 2. Now, I can tell you, having worked with hundreds and hundreds of clients, I've seen a lot of relationships break up because they're at compatible levels. One person has some successful facilitation. He goes up to another level. The dynamic of the relationship changes and they break up. And so I often would know this months or years ahead of time. A couple would come to me and I'd say, these people are going to break up. Because I would work with one, you know, and she would have all of these big improvements in her psyche and her mind and enlightenment in her, and she's now at a level, high level. She's at take it or leave it, right? So can you imagine how if the husband were at take it or leave it, the wife at level 3 might not like that. She doesn't want him to take it or leave it. She wants him to take it. You see? So I already know from many decades, if you are not at a compatible level on this scale, you cannot have a romantic relationship. You might be the best friends in the world. And you see that all the time. You see 2 people, smart, handsome, friendly, congenial. They try to have a relationship, it's a train wreck. And it's usually because they're not compatible. You don't have to be at the same level, but you have to be at a compatible level. Somebody at level 2 can have a relationship with somebody at level 3. But somebody at level 5 cannot have a relationship with somebody at level 3. You see, it's self-evident. So that's what this is about. And I would advise everybody to use this. Next. Okay, the last of them all, the scale of politics. This is actually the last of the scales that I discovered. And the reason is that this is a peculiar scale. It is a mirror image. The essence of politics is that you have poles. You have two poles. You have the Republicans and the Democrats, or the Tories and the Working Party. So whatever the poles are, they are opposite. And so the level depends on what side you're on. This is a perfect example of, it's a question of whose ox is being gored. So for example, Ronald Reagan was a partisan protagonist of the Republican Party, meaning he was an authentic Republican. Anybody who knows him and knows politics will say, yes, he was an authentic Republican. Okay, he was a partisan. So to the Republicans, he was a protagonist. To the Democrats, he was an antagonist. So the Republicans see him at level 2, the Democrats see him at level 6. John McCain was a moderate Republican, okay? So he was a moderate protagonist for the Republicans. He's what I would call a tepid Republican. And so a lot of Democrats liked him. And a lot of Republicans didn't like him. Now, to the Republicans, he was a moderate protagonist. To the Democrats, he was a moderate antagonist. In the middle, you have centrist. Now, this is very poorly understood. Centrist is a neutral place. There are very few centrists. Most centrists are people who do not have a clue what's going on. So, for example, there might be some political parties in, let's say, Myanmar. I don't know anything about Myanmar politics, not a word. There's probably some political parties there. So I'm neutral. I have no idea what this party means or what this party means. How could I be anything but neutral? Those are the people who are centrists. So the centrists are mostly people who are clueless. So you'll have a guy, there's an election going on. He doesn't even know. He's not paying attention. He doesn't read the papers. He doesn't read the news. He doesn't watch news. He watches sports, right? He watches basketball, baseball, boxing, football. Okay, that's his thing. He's a centrist. You know why he's a centrist? He doesn't have a clue. He has no idea who these people are or what they stand for or what they're even discussing. That's a centrist. Now, sometimes you hear people talk about being a centrist, and they really don't understand what it means to be a centrist. A centrist has no idea what's going on. Most people are not centrists. People who vote are definitely not centrists. They may be moderates. You could have a guy who votes Democrat in one election and Republican in the next election. He's a moderate and he goes over. Well, you know, this guy, even though he's a Democrat, he makes a lot of sense to me. I'm going to vote for him. See, he's a moderate. If you have a partisan, that's not going to happen. Now, radical protagonist. The radicals are the people who cause all the trouble. They are the extremists. These are the people who commit assassinations or attempt assassinations. These are the people who perjure themselves. These are the people who bribe people in government, who blackmail people in government, who go on the news and tell lies that they know are lies. Okay? Those are radicals. Those are the people who cause all the trouble. So some guy comes on and says, you know, Donald Trump is a racist. I'm from New York. I have known of Donald Trump for 50 years before he was even in politics. He's not a racist. I'm telling you straight out, he's not a racist. Now, that's just to gain political advantage. That's all. It's a lie. Now, there are people who may actually believe that. And the reason they believe it is because people tell that lie. If you actually observe the man, he's not. I'm not saying vote for him or don't vote for him. I'm just saying it's a lie. And you see this go on a lot in politics. The people who lie are radicals. And so the people who become terrorists are extremists, aren't they? So John Wilkes Booth, he was an extremist, assassinated Abe Lincoln. Okay, so you had this political separation between the Union and the Confederacy, and he was just a radical, and so he killed the president. That's what you get from those people. And now, and by the way, in case you don't know, he had 6 co-conspirators who were all hanged for conspiring because they had a plan to kill a whole bunch of Union people, including the vice president. And some of them were injured, some of them were not injured. They executed them all, which is what you should do with people like that. So my advice to you is stay away from the extremists. And when I say stay away from them, I mean not only personally stay away from them, but rhetorically stay away from them. If somebody says, all the Democrats should be killed, stay away from that person. That person is a nut. Okay? He's an extremist. You may disagree with what the Democrats are doing. That is not a reason to kill them all. It's a reason to vote against them. It's a reason to give money to the Republicans. But extremism is always wrong on both ends of the spectrum, regardless of what it is. So, for example, in case you don't know, the New York Yankees and the Boston Red Sox had a torrid rivalry for decades. And there were Yankee fans who had fistfights with Red Sox fans. Those are extremists. That is not rational. I understand you want your team to win. That's fine. You can be an authentic Yankee fan or an authentic Red Sox fan. And whichever side you're on, that's fine with me. But if you're going to beat people up, that's extremist. And that person belongs in jail. So that's the scale of politics, and we've covered them all. Joey. Joey, are you there?
There yes, I am.
Hi, Joe.
Hi. Yeah, I think that's the last slide.
That's the last one, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Did we use up our 6 hours?
We're at 5, believe it or not.
Okay, so since we have a little time, I'll take some questions.
Okay.